everything is looking good, working right, that kind of thing. Multiple services here now. Okay. Is that working? Oh, it's still going through its loading phase, is it? Okay. Right, yes. Not enough ads, I see. Close ad. We have no volume there. Good. Good, good, good. And Sir Toyjet is already here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for all the support. Right. Well, we're going to continue our look here at Italy. We'll be starting recording an episode soon. Okay, where are the rest of my forces up here? There. Okay, attacking into here. Good. You're over to those in reserve.
Attento.
That's potato. I don't know what potato means.
Avanzate.
I mean, I know what it means in English, but you know, are they really just asking? We want potatoes? Maybe. You never know. These are Italians. Okay. Well, let's start making an episode that can. Well, I'm gonna pop open a Coke here. Welcome, fellow armchair generals, and welcome, IKB, the new IKB. Hello. We are, of course, continuing our look at Hearts of Iron 4's by Blood Alone DLC, and partially by that meaning we're looking at Italy, because that is the major development. Now, I get comments, a few, we only get a few comments around here per video, but I get a few comments and some complaints about the DLC here, and I skipped the DLC that dealt with sort of the Balkans or whatever that was called. I didn't buy it. I may buy it someday when it's on sale. I don't know. But to tell you the truth, and this is, I think, one of the things I replied in the comments, is I really don't care a lot about Hearts of Iron 4 as released by Paradox, I should say. Because a lot of the features in it, like railways, which I've not really, in my opinion, explored well enough yet, but a lot of the features in the game are part of the free upgrade elements to the game. So that means you don't have to buy them in the DLC, where the you know, national focus and flavor elements are in the DLC, and that you do have to buy. And yes, I bought this because Italy is big enough, important enough, I figured I would buy it. And I know there's, you know, quite honestly, well, Ethiopia is gone, but the Ethiopian tree, the amount of effort into it to me is ridiculous. But so that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the features put into the game and how it can be modded. And then I really, for my personal use for Hearts of Iron 4, is a modded game, something like World Ablaze or Black Ice. That is what I look to. And so, yes, we are continuing here very much, partially to give modders time to... Okay, see, now they've just collapsed, so we're going to run our armor like that. Hopefully fast and overrun them. Down here, okay. What we're going to do is support that attack. And we are pushing into here. And Arno, my friend! The great Arno has arrived. Okay, yeah, none of these two things, rubber and tungsten, are enough that I want to commit a factory. See, this is something... I'm still not entirely pleased that money is not in the game. Now I get that you're using factories, and in a way this isn't terrible. I really, quite honestly, I would like this more granular. Not necessarily one factory for one thing, because you could just obviously you know, give 8 more factories, and of course who you're trading with, this value can vary between your puppets and not all, but I would make it at least for standard something like one factory does 4 or something. That kind of basically setting that up. Okay, so we're trying to cut off here. I know I'm pushing on here, and that's sort of keeping them open, but I'm hoping... Well, they're committing... Well, they're moving some forces maybe into here. Yes. Well, they've stopped that attack, so I'm gonna stop supporting. I'm gonna support that attack there. Get some traction. But I'd like to cut off this guy in the forest division there. Pause it and get it going a little faster, because we're really still just building up to the war. But we're still trying to play this smartly here. From divisions. Japan declared war on China. There's a lot I can say about that, but I think I'll skip it at the moment. Okay. Pause. Foreign Affairs focus completed. Marco Polo Bridge incident. Very good. Now, the reason I specifically went down the Foreign Affairs thing was to 2 or more volunteers focus will pause if requirements are not met. Gains volunteer, which grants ground bomb target, blah, 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 blah. Air Corps, right. So, we will do this now. Mentioning the Air Corps here. Still up here operating well, looks like. Okay. Good. What is this? Gofir approaches Italian officials. During our conquest of Addis Ababa, we freed the former king of Gemma Abba Gofir, who collaborated with us before the outbreak of the war. He has now come to us seeking support to restore some of his former powers. This might prove beneficial to us as he still holds some influence, but since he was found out to conspire with us, many viewed him as a traitor as well. Okay, let's see. We could grant. Let me pull out to get rid of that piece. Grant some concessions. Might satisfy the locals. Political power. Okay, down. Compliance, resistance. Compliance up. The governor of the region. Becomes control. No, I don't think we want to quite go that far. Reduces resistance, but compliance. I think we're going to go for the compliance. That may not be the best. I haven't been playing enough here. And hello, Turnlow. How you doing? And of course, I see Arno over on YouTube and Facebook as well. So we can compliance map. So we're getting, you know, better compliance in some of these regions here. And still have considerable resistance. Gamers thinking about, I don't know if you want to call this a rant, but a monologue. I recently saw, as in like the last week or so, a tweet by, I do follow a bunch of Twitter accounts. So far have been my best way of people in Africa, some white down in South Africa, but many not white, and a few mixed, which in Africa, unlike say America or maybe Europe, especially in America, because of the South and some of their racist policies post-Civil War, they considered anyone black, I'm using the terms that they use, anyone black who had any black blood in them. They didn't distinguish between mixed race people. And, you know, like our former president of the United States, Barack Obama, he really is a mixed race person in that he is, this isn't what the main topic is about, is half African. His father was Kenyan, and half white, and his white mother raised him, and he had a stepfather, and I don't know what race he was. It's unimportant. But for me, I'm not that concerned about genetics. I am concerned about culture. So being raised by a white person definitely gives you, hello Poop Hunter, definitely gives you, and wrong washboard, hello, how you doing? Yes, we know you were the Chinese guy who wrote that stuff. Or the guy who wrote the Chinese stuff, I should say. your parents transmit their culture to you, and that's a big thing. Now, so I follow the accounts in Africa and try to get an African viewpoint, and not just one that I agree with. One person tweeted, look at all that what China has done for us that the Europeans haven't, or didn't do for all the years that they were there. And I'm just wondering, like all the railways, and we're talking sub-Saharan Africa, Northern Africa up here, or Arab Africa, or however you want to call that. Like all the railways, I think, are basically built by, if you will, white people. And there was a really nice Twitter thread of probably about 20 plus posts covering a history of a bridge. And that's sort of what made me think about this. In Ethiopia, the bridge was built by the Italians, if I remember correctly. And it was at some stage during the various wars in Ethiopia post World War II. I forget what they mentioned. I just don't remember the details. The details are unimportant to this story, but the bridge was destroyed. And so there grew up to be a sort of local cottage industry, if you will, of men carrying loads across the span using a rope, or rope kind of thing, with people hanging from it, with a loop over it and, sliding stuff over. Well, a charitable group, I think an NGO, non-government organization, comes in and sees what's going on and repairs, not to the standard that the Italians, because it sort of kind of looked like a Roman built bridge, with arches and concrete, and they built just a simple thing that goes across that you can drive a light vehicle. You can't drive a tank or something across it. And then after a winter or two, that sort of we would in the West probably call it a temporary fix, but the fix to it disappeared. And the NGO people were really perplexed. They didn't know whether it was like storms that knocked down their temporary fix, or the guys they put out of business whose life work was carrying stuff across this river. And then they rebuilt it, and then it disappeared again, sometime later, maybe a year or two later, I don't know. Basically, nothing gets built in a communal use sense in Africa. Somebody wants a private house, a rich person, we can talk whether they're corrupt or not, but they'll get a private house built. That'll be nice. But the idea of building bridges, the idea of building railroads, does not, the Africans themselves, and I think this is cultural, this is not anything to do with anyone's skin color or hair color or anything like that. It's culture. That they don't build infrastructure. Yes, Wong Rush, indeed, it's culture. And I'm entirely, because I know African Americans, and some, to me at least, by looking at their eyes, I don't do genetic tests, look like, and they're, I think they have fairly long ancestry in America. Some of them look like they're mostly African genetically, meaning very dark and have the facial features and whatnot. Others look like they are, more European than they are African, and shades in between, shall we say. So, and I've been friends with a lot of my life, these, people from that have ancestry in sub-Saharan Africa. And I've seen lazy ones who just want to do enough. I've seen others that are hustling and working, and they have that culture of trying to achieve for success. Hello, Tinky. Good to have you here. Reassure us of what we already know. Well, if you're referring to me, I just got to keep saying this, because if get a new person in here, they might think I'm giving some sort of racist type views. I'm not that. I'm not that at all. But I am a culturalist. I do try to, again, large groups, not individuals, look at them through culture. So the Africans do not seem to build or value things that are German translation. Now in Germany, cool. That are communally used, that are, belong, if you will, to the state. We see ripping up of railroads, railway stations. Not too long ago, I saw a very short video of two men casually with, like, I don't know, a hacksaw or something, cutting down a road sign because they wanted to use the metal of the road sign for something. Meaning they're just, because of police control and this has gotten even worse since COVID, police control in South Africa is disappearing, so people are just, oh, well, if I need something, I'll just go scavenge it. It's a stop sign. Well, we'll just go take it down. And they just don't care. And because they don't fear the authorities punishing them over it, they just don't value that it belongs to the state, and they just take it. So a lot of communist buildings. Oh, Bucharest. You're in Bucharest. Cool. Poop hunter. Yeah. I've seen some videos. Some of modern Bucharest looks, and some of ancient Bucharest, shall we say, looks really cool, and some of it's just a bunch of old communist stuff. My last visit, 1986, they at least finally finished the buildings. Yeah. So, back to Ethiopia is where we're looking at this. I do not see, even under Haile Selassie, which it wasn't a modern state, but it was a state. We can let's call it a medieval state, for lack of a better term, and it's has a long history. The Ethiopian, going back, it's, I would say, and even though it's shifted around a bit, one of the oldest countries. Again, it's not the same government, but or anything, but going back to the time of ancient Israel, one of the oldest countries. But we really see this lack of, wanting to develop. And maybe Haile Selassie, because this railroad from Djibouti here, modern day Djibouti, French, what was it called? French Somaliland at the time, did exist. There was some development. Now, of course, this was Europeans. I'm sure with African labor, but Europeans building this, they just, I don't know. They just don't seem to, it's just their cultural viewpoint. They just don't see the value in it. And the guys who carry the burden across the river, that's their job. They don't see that now that you have a bridge, both sides are connected better, and that means more economic activity, so other jobs will appear. I believe, no one in the article had any evidence that these guys who sabotage the bridge to have it go disappear in the rainy season or something, or the flooding season, or however you want to call it. but the bridge did disappear. So, and they're the only ones to benefit it from. And it was enough that they talked about some woman who, when the bridge was reconnected, she lived on one side of the river and every day went and worked on the other side of the river. You know, that she could no longer do those kind of things. So you get this situation. So I think colonialism on the whole, yes, we can talk about the atrocities in, you know, the Belgian Congo and stuff, but on the whole was good for Africa. Though I don't know if I don't know if it will stick in Africa. It might, but I don't know. Now, I've often thought that we have, you know, from 36 to 1940, so we have about 4 years for Italy, and Italy was attempting to colonize Ethiopia, was attempting to improve the infrastructure of Ethiopia. Mussolini, you know, we can talk about Germany's, you know, drive to the east. They were trying to take land and destroy the people there, physically destroy them, and move Germans into the territory and have this as Greater Germany. Where Mussolini's government was trying to better the lives of these people here. Yes, move in an elite, what would ultimately be a ruling class, if you will, of Italians, for sure. But it was mostly just trying to develop the place and make their empire stronger. And so, but I see, and there has to be, in starting in 36, because that's when you get the League of Nations, you know, calling Italy a bad nation for taking out Ethiopia. Now, of course, all the other members of the League of Nations they're not every single member, obviously, but like Portugal, Belgium, France, Britain, Spain. I don't know if they're probably a member of the League of Nations, you know, a republic in Spain. Of course, they and the Dutch, not I don't think any colonies in Africa, but they obviously had colonies, you know, in South America, in, you know, there in India. That's Goa, but I thought there was a Dutch colony. Maybe not. No, maybe I'm thinking Portuguese. No, but the Dutch, you know, had colonies. They all condemned Italy for getting more colonies, which is at minimum a hugely hypocritical thing to do. Hugely hypocritical thing to do. And I'm a little surprised that, I don't know if you're just going to put it down to incompetence or the lack of importance of it, but that they did not seem to militarily prepare. You know, they should, even in 36, should be realizing that there is a real possibility that they're going to come into a conflict with France and or Britain. And if you're one, it's probably going to be the other. And even if Britain is neutral, they're probably not going to let you use the Suez Canal. They're probably, you know, for military vessels or otherwise. And so even if you're just going to war with France, well, you know, I don't know that you're going to be able to send, if you can't use here, and just because of, you know, blocking the, you know, if Italy goes to war with, say, France, Britain at least was going to, you know, boycott them and, you know, refuse them use of the Suez Canal. So they've got to send any shipping out through here, across through what we'll call French-controlled Mediterranean. So this is likely to be, you know, an island. And they did not do good, any significant element of, in my opinion, development for a cut-off Ethiopia to hold and building of infrastructure. So for that, they were building some. They did make a road, I don't know if we'll see that comes, you know, from up here at Masua through Addis Ababa down to Mogadishu. But that's about it. What? Okay. I agree. I don't know much about it, but they had a slave and food problem and never talked to the UN about it and kept it silent way too long. Yeah, very true. The world would have helped. Okay, I don't get the Romanian there, poop hunter. I do recognize it as such, though. It was part of the great 80s exodus. I was born 2 days after they arrived here. Very interesting. I heard that Iliescu didn't change much, but the country was more open, nevertheless able to afford Western things. We drove down with tons of coffee and stuff for the border control and friends. You had to bribe them as a German, right? Yes, as a child. Yeah. So yeah, it's, and we can talk about the short-sightedness of policies, well, just of people. How would World War II have been different had Mussolini been either on the Allies' side or a pro-Allies neutral? That would have been interesting. Many thought Germany is the land of milk and honey, which it wasn't quite true, but people had this hope and myth in their hearts. We talk about our Romanian gamer, don't be too confused. Okay, hello Exurgent, how you doing? I just quickly skimmed your posting thread with Black Ice Guys. I'm going to be making a response video probably Monday or something, so I don't know if you want to, whether on Discord or Twitter or something, if you want to shoot me some viewpoints that you would like me to address in the response video to the Black Ice Guys, because I have a bunch to say. And I will say just right now, oh my god isn't entirely wrong, but I'm not entirely wrong either. No, you can, you express your opinions. You express your opinions.
Avanzate!
I think I agree with a lot of your opinions. With the direction of Black Ice, but we need to have everyone's views. Okay, yeah, just shoot me something over on Discord or whatever that you want me to, either for me to address or just bring up your opinion, to give argument to what, present your arguments, however, probably would be a combination of the two.
Mantenete le distanze!
Okay, so we got this here. Now we're going to not attack there. We're going to try to attack where they ain't, while they come in and occupy these two provinces, which will...
Pronto, signore! Avanzate!
Cut this province off. Now he'll probably move north, but then I'll just go in and go to the province he abandons. Yeah, I watched, oh my god's a video, and he speaks English okay. It's been a long time in his series of playing. It may not be the strongest. One of the states in Africa that is building its railway network off their own backs is Eritrea, but they are one-party dictatorship building a railway that's basically the dictator's pet project. That said, they have done a marvelous job getting colonial built railway back in usable condition with basically no outside help. Very interesting, IKP. I'm always like more. I did not know that they were doing any of that. Will you send the or spend the military experience from the army to make your tankettes truly peak machines? I don't know. We do have that. I have not used the tank designer before. I've used the naval one, and I'm presuming that this is basically the same. Well, you can look at the modules. Okay, secondary turret, special module. Okay, extra ammunition storage, smoke launchers, fuel drum, sloped armor. Well, I almost would have called that already having sloped armor. Wet ammunition storage. Secondary turret, heavy machine gun, small cannon. Okay, so this is what I say. I'm quite honestly, I'm playing this and, you know, thinking it's well enough, but we're gonna start, you know, more or less from scratch here, I see. These are currently blocked because I see, design lengths, one or more. Okay, because I'm waiting for a mod maker to come in and make a mod that has sort of the historical build elements locked in. What maybe I should do is save it to do a medium tank or a 36 tank. I don't know, is Italy, maybe light tanks are the thing. You know, just because of production cost. Yeah, with 20mm tank designer is so much fun, cool. I've not really used it much. Monster tanks with multiple turrets. Medium tank chassis need to be researched right. Okay. When you design a tank, let chat help you with these. I don't know. Maybe, but we may have something with 5 turrets and no armor if I let chat design everything, but it's a cool idea. Look down the tree to see what's long term. Sure. We'll do that. Put guns on it, yeah. Okay, so this is down at the bottom, something that looks like the Pershing tank, modern tank chassis, super heavy tank. That design was actually, or something similar to it, was sort of proposed in the early days of the beta by some of the Czech people. I remember somebody drew up something similar to that. You know, yeah, that's like they're super heavy or something. It's not the same artwork, but I think it's inspired by. I think we probably should get some of the like basic engine and improvements before I start spending on building more than we have. So I don't think I'm going to upgrade now, and I'm going to have to make the decision, I think, of doing one or the other. Medium is currently my choice, but maybe production costs just light. I don't know. So we'll have to see on that. Oh, we are now here. Well, you know, let's take out a fort. Oh, they're attacking us. Just defend. Come on, guys. Spain needs to come in and help me out. Help a buddy out. It's a counterattack. Yeah, I do think English is best. That way just everybody here gets to participate. Tank types use different resources. Heavy tanks use chrome a lot, so it's handy if you get a lot of that. Yes, okay, good to know. Let's see here. over on production. Can we? Okay, it's not. Well, so far it's just showing, and it may be down to gun barrels or something that may push the chromium into it more. But yeah, good to know. And, you know, we want everyone to participate around here and be part. Okay, well, they did send in some reinforcements. They'll never get voted. I guess people come from all forms, yes. We have the Germans backing us up here. The mobile division. Well, the SS actually, but I think that's the mobile division here. Counter-attacking the Spanish here. Okay, now we can move down and take out. No, let's move. Let's march for Granada. Take out that railway hub, which will mess with their supply. They pushed division there, but I think we may be able to take them. Now let's look at our current logistics. Okay, we need more infantry equipment, but we are producing more than we're consuming even with the minor fights going on. We're producing artillery, which is good. Tanks, we have a lot of extra tanks. We have lots of extra trucks. Now this is let's take a look at rapid division C. Okay, played so much with different mods and setups. I'm just looking to see his speed. Okay. Well, max speed right at the top there. Okay, so this won't affect max speed. If we were to do support artillery there. We have the manpower, and we have the towed artillery. So let's do that. That will help our fast division here currently fighting. And now let's look at our Alpini division. Okay. Anti-air support? No, I don't think we need anti-air support, and we are currently fairly low on support equipment, though, Army just on infantry equipment. I don't want to just blatantly ban that, so let's not. It's some info. Okay, very good. Thank you, IKB. Do appreciate that. I'll look at that after the stream, the Discord over there. Yeah, communist parties. Well, communism is evil. I know a lot of people are fooled into believing that it's a good thing, so I don't hate everyone who has these thoughts, but communism itself is evil. Yeah, it's like they don't. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so we got that done. Okay, good. So, Balkan ambition, political allies in the Balkans. We'll wait on this for now, but I just wanted to get some of that done while it would still sort of matter. Evaluate the lira. 45 days, another stockyard, good. Fuel silos, stockpile fuel. We're straining more fuel as it is right now. I think I want to go to Bandits War, but increase artillery production, that would be nice. 70 days there though. Synthetic refinery, that would be good. Now of course, just after saying about a infrastructure building slot. 35 days, these aren't very long. Let's do that. Let's do some of what I preach. Heads up for the artillery line has guns to tanks now, or guns for tanks. Okay, good to know. Well, the footsteps once the fingers get pointed out. Yeah. It's interesting that I'm older than, not all of you, but most of you. It's interesting that in the past, when the left saw the state and industry as being the enemy and that which is to be opposed, where now I see so much of the left being the state and the and industry as being the ally, because although they may not agree with everything the state is doing, the state policies, whatever, and I'm talking not about a specific group or specific party, but just generally speaking here, they believe that it's sort of on their side and it's generally moving in the right direction, and Amazon may not treat its employees well or something like that, but Amazon will ban the books that they want banned or whatever. So they become the left has become the supporter of large industry because they believe they have their DEI control within it, and the control and heavily infiltrated the state organizations, that all the state employees are all left-wing and all this stuff. So it's been an interesting to watch how the left has gone from anti the state to pro. Thanks, Exergen. I'll take a look at it later, definitely before I make the response video. Okay. Hello, Techley. A month approaches Italian officials. He disposed a disposed Abyssinian nobleman, I'm not going to try to repronounce his name, has contacted us with a claim that he can benefit, or we can benefit each other. He offers us his services in return for a position in our government in Abyssinia, being a former ruler. This might serve our purposes, but being just that, a former ruler, will have ramifications for the local population who perhaps will oppose his rule. Okay, so compliance up, revolt up. I don't, or resistance up. I think we're going for the compliance increase. I know this is each of these different little areas. And this is something I did not know these people's names, but I did know that there were a lot of people that are not necessarily so much individuals, but groups in Ethiopia that were rather displeased with Haile Selassie's government and welcomed the Italians coming in, because they knew that the Italians weren't going to give them freedom or give them independence or whatever. They just hoped, and maybe it's hoped more than knew, hoped that they'd get a better deal than under Haile Selassie's government. Not that it was going to be perfect or wondrous or anything like that, just better. Okay, well, I am a structuralist, but let's come over here and let's see about doing medium tank research. Get that unlocked. Any of the support speeds outside of England. I don't any of the supports affect speed outside of England. Alright. I don't quite get that. Turn low. Forever fight for this forest, it seems like. Stop this attack, and we're going to support that attack. They look like they're doing in worse shape. We'll switch our avenue of assault. Does look like it's going down. Because ideally down here, since we have Ethiopia, well, in my opinion, one of two things the player should do is, in essence, be historically unrealistic and just move all of these forces out. Well, I'm going to move a lot of the forces out anyways, quite honestly. I'm not going to leave all these forces here. I'm probably going to leave a lot of, you know, these irregular type forces, but get out the, you know, decent infantry, well, relatively decent infantry. Well, they're not very accurate, these divisions. Just realized my stream was 15 minutes behind the live feed. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't get your last thing. If you want to re-ask the question, even though it's from somewhere in the past, yes, keep going. Overrun them, maybe. I'll gladly try to answer it. I'm a little surprised with a total of 4 divisions. This one division's been able to hold out the forest that well. Since our armor had been pushing here, they've concentrated 3 divisions here. Now they have 2 up here, or brigades or whatever, but it's very poorly equipped, so that should be something that's going to collapse better now. Now they moved in a second unit to help hold here for upper processing. Good. That will help us. Let's come over here to tank. Let's do basic tank engines. Okay, so we've cut off this section. It does not have, does not have any access to supply other than whatever local supply that it gets from down here. And Spain itself is cut off. Okay, well, we just got another one. Okay. Seon Mengista approaches Italian officials in our stunning victory. Palestinians, we have managed to capture one of its leading army commanders and a member of the imperial family. We are told that the Abyssinian Emperor Haile Selassie holds this man in very high regard. We can use the prisoner to further humiliate the emperor and maybe secure loyalty of the people. Okay, granting some concessions might satisfy the locals. Make him becomes owner. I don't want to give him territory. Gray. Either way, this ends of that chain here. Okay, we've got compliance up somewhat. And I know this is doing in different areas here because some of these are 21, 22, 24. And I haven't been paying quite attention, but they have been mentioning which provinces it's been changing in. And this is up in Tigray area. Yeah, I think we'll do this. We'll get this going here. Develop Libya, very good. That will get our North African areas better developed. Okay, Benghazi, civilian factory, naval base, civilian factory in Derna. I think we will, let's go with that. So we've got things going better here in Benghazi, and where's Derna? Is this Derna? No, Alagia. Where's Derna? Obviously that's Tripoli. Oh, maybe it's right now. Oh, okay, just out here, I guess. For Tobruk. Okay, good. A little better infrastructure set up here, which means we'll be able to better support our armies there later on. So what I hope to do here is, like I say, I'm going to move out some of the better units. Leave some of the worst, maybe leave a mountain division or two, I don't know. And try to hold out here because we should be generating, let's look at this, some supply here. Okay, supply hub, supply from the state infrastructure here. So this is doing some supply, 1.4. Yeah, maybe we should finish off this railway, I don't know. What kind of supply levels do we have here? because we're getting supply from the supply hub, bringing in via shipping, and it looks like 1.8 locally from infrastructure, from population, from victory points. So yeah, so try to hold out in sort of Ethiopia long enough to, I don't know, take out North Africa. Hey, thanks for following. Good to have you following over here. I play HOI IV, not no step back. Cool, Nate. Are you in? Have you? I presume have you got the new DLC? Are you enjoying it? Okay. Well, we need more just infantry equipment, so let's do that.
Sì, signore.
Let's historical AI, and we're playing obviously as Italy. I like a more historical game personally. Hey, MMDB, how you doing? The Portuguese. I think the Portuguese were in numbers in the hundreds, not the thousands as volunteers. But I don't know right offhand. Drive that way maybe, because they only get one division for facing. Maybe we can push it to there. These guys are about ready to collapse, and then we'll have Granada. But you stopped attacking. You keep attacking. No one said to stop. I'm going to send the ultimatum to Yugoslavia because when I was playing, I sent ultimatum and made Italian. Okay, interesting. Oh, we should do stuff with the government. I haven't been. Okay, they're preparing for the worst. Germany's being bad. Okay. Well, I've sort of been waiting for. Get the bandit war to get in. Paulo Balbo was a very popular and actually rather good leader. Had he not died, not that it would have changed the outcome of the war, but they definitely lost a good experienced person for that. Air superiority, Yeah, we'll put him. And for the Navy, okay, Italy. The most modern element of the Italian, just of the Italian armed forces, was the Navy. I think it was, and I'm not an expert on it, I've not even read a book on it, I've just read articles and whatnot. I think it was a reasonably competent Navy. It had two problems. One, it did have a problem with fuel, oil. It was worried, it had a store, for the Navy, a store of fuel for its ships. But it couldn't just operate all of its ships all the time. It would run down its oil too fast. So that does things. It limits things. I don't know how important, probably not so important for scouting issues, because scouting more and more I think we're going to try to improve the medium tanks, Arno, but we'll see. And the fact that Italy and Ireland beat Abyssinia, Ethiopia, but they lost half of the troops. Well, they lost a lot of troops, but not half. It was costly for them. Scouting in this part of the world isn't going to be done a lot with destroyers and whatnot, so it's probably not that bad. Where scouting out here, naval scouting, you need to send ships. You don't, and the U.S., I know particularly, had large scouting forces. Try to kill Prince Paul. You were talking of Romania or Yugoslavia, right? We'll see about that when we get there. So air power which uses different fuel. It uses fuel, but air power is going to be your main scouting force. But still, the idea that you conserving fuel, it reduces your training levels. It reduces your effectiveness, because the other element that Italy faces is they don't feel I think that you can support Croat Bosnian uprising. Yeah, we may see about doing that. That they built this navy. They didn't feel they could lose it. It was too expensive of a thing to lose. So they did not want to go out and fight what they thought, and I would agree at the time, the premier navy in the world, the British, because if they fought it and sunk ship for ship with the British, if they did that well, they would be without a navy, and the British would still have a navy. And, well, France was still in the war during that time period. Obviously, France would have a navy. So they did not want to fight unless they saw a clear advantage. They weren't entirely, and this is my understanding of the situation. It can be described from the sort of the French strategy, a long term of navies, is a fleet in being. That is not the way the Americans or long history of the British Navy is. They don't believe in a fleet in being. They believe in crushing their opponents, and particularly we can see that with Nelson. That's at the end of the wooden ship era, really, but he leaves Britain with that spirit of crushing. Britain, at least we're talking capital ships, would be happy if all their capital ships are on the bottom of the sea, so long as they've sunk all of the enemy capital ships as well. They're going to go out to fight to crush, not to play with the enemy. and even to the point of, say, if they've just got 3 capital ships and the enemy has 6 in a particular matchup, if they can take down 3 of the enemies while losing their 3, they're happy because they just want to attrit, to erode, to eliminate as much of the enemy as possible. So that's the way they feel about it. Where the French, their long history, it isn't entirely a timidity of not willing to lose their navy, because they definitely sally forth at times and fight strong battles with the British. It's more of a strategic thought in that if they have a large fleet here, and as it sits here, it limits British operations. Because if this fleet sits here and exists, and I'm talking in the age of sail, Britain can't invade, because if it were to try to invade, the coast of France or something, this fleet would sally forth out and attack the invasion fleet. You have to destroy the fleet before you can invade. It was a defensive matter. Britain could have done this, and the idea in the age of sail is to keep a fleet in being, to keep the French from ever invading Britain. Now they go on the offensive, but it's that. Italy, maybe some of that thought, but it's not, I don't think so much that they had to keep their fleet in being. It's just they valued this expensive, I don't want to call it a toy, but this expensive instrument. They just didn't want to lose it. They wanted to fight, but they wanted to fight on their advantage. Now, so if the British have 4 battleships sailing around out here, and they can put 8 battleships into a battle against them, they'll happily do so, the Italians, if they believe that. But if they've only got 4 battleships ready to go, they're not going to go out. They're never going to go out at equal or worse advantages. Now, what this does, with the combination of the two, what this does limit is the idea that if the British are moving, say, forces to operate in, defend operations in Greece, say, they're unwilling to put their fleet out here to threaten the fleet, whether it's evacuation or reinforcements or just supply or whatever it may be, because it's going to use fuel. And they're not sure of it. Where their fleet is particularly pretty fast. So long as they have decent aerial reconnaissance, keeping track of British fleet movements, they would know that if the big British fleet starts coming towards them, they can run away. But because of conserve fuel, they end up spending so much time in port, and in effect being a fleet in being, and which does limit the ability of nations like Britain, like France or whatever, to invade continental Italy, because so long as you do have this fleet in being, you can't invade because your invasion force could really be messed up really bad. And of course, what the Americans and British, they defeat the Italian fleet. They sink a lot of it at Taranto with an air attack. And so by the time that they've taken North Africa and getting ready for Sicily, the Americans have achieved naval dominance. And yes, I do put that in. British rules the seas, absolutely. I play. Voltaire said, in this country, it is good to kill an admiral from the time to time to encourage the others. Well, I think you're talking about referencing Admiral Byng, who I think probably didn't deserve it, though I'd have to read up on it. But I think that's what IKB is, Admiral Bing was shot on his own quarterdeck by a firing squad after a court-martial found him guilty of basically, I think, cowardice in front of the enemy or some such thing. But I'd have to read up on about it to give it a real critical thing. I've read on it, but it's been years and years ago and just sort of a cursory. Sort of before, because I think that's dealing with the 7 Years' War, if I'm not mistaken, IKB, Admiral Bing. But it's sort of before the time. Most of my readings are dealing with the American War of Independence through to the end of the Napoleonic Wars for the British, and the Age of Sail is sort of, that's where I've focused on. Okay, naval experience gain, because I'm looking at convoy rating efficiency up. Okay, good. This is going to have the same thing. I don't know why. I guess he can be also ruling party fastest. Back, but I don't know. Why not make these? You've just created a DLC that focuses on fucking Italy. Can't you come up with some unique unique traits for some historical figures? I'm talking like Italia Balboa, like, they built the infrastructure, the Via Balboa, which is named after him, which was a highway along the coast of Libya here. So I don't know, infrastructure building up by a certain percentage or something like that. Can't you come up with unique stuff like I've done for Third Reich events? Come up with unique traits for some of these people. Paradox. When you do an Italian DLC, I understood when you released the basic games, you're just doing standard archetypes and putting them out there, and then getting flavor names and pictures and sort of try to guess which one is closest. Might be in some cases, and others I don't know how much they've looked into it, but they just got done. Hey, Beam Slam, good to have you here, my friend. The admiral who was shot for failing to do his utmost to prevent Minorca from falling. Right, okay, yes, Minorca. And I do believe, yes, Admiral Bing. You're right, I was thinking of Minorca, which is down here. Is it this island? This is a smaller one or something that was British owned for a while. So it's just the idea, but yeah, so, you should have been able to come up with some nice, unique traits for Italy in this DLC. Okay, experience gain daily, air experience gain, so air reform. Oh, well, we already did that, that's right. We're thinking about Navy, Chief of Navy. Okay, capital ship, screens, naval aviation. Carriers, well, we're not going to do carriers because Italy doesn't need carriers. So, naval air attacks from carriers. This is... Oh! Yes, thank you. Thank you, IKB, for the link there for people who are interested in going and doing deep dives. Again, this is on the same sort of effing subject. You give naval aviation. Now, Italy is strong in naval aviation, particularly amphibious aviation, because they realized that their primary area of operation, they've got islands everywhere or coast, including, way out here, including, not just Rhodes, but some of these other little islands at start of the, at least at start of this period post World War I. They've got all of these, including, little bits of coast off here. So they know that, yes, you can build land-based, airstrips all around, but they are sort of limiting. They, know, their infrastructure needed to be built physical, not just you know, the ability to have refueling stations or whatever. So they build a lot of amphibious air, and I would not that a light aircraft carrier wouldn't benefit the Italians. It would, but they don't need big fleet carriers as long as they're operating in the central Mediterranean or only operating in areas that they're expanding out into, like from Rhodes into to here when you get Crete, or moving this way. You don't need this. So what you should have done is, well, I guess, you know, I'm looking over here because again, I'm so used to playing mods that have things like naval aircraft. So if you don't have a naval version, you know, I'm not talking about a carrier built version. I'm talking about a still way too soon. When we get a bit closer, we maybe do that to take advantage of that. But to do something that's more of a naval bomber that has better naval attack, yeah, I don't know. Because it's just sort of pathetic, because there's no reason to have this guy if everything is from aircraft carriers, and I know we're not going to build any. Convoy rating, decisive battle. Again, screen attacks, heavy attacks experience. I'm going to continue to try to do my strategy of we'll put him in charge of avoidance of major conflict of surface fleets. We'll get there. We'll get there. Or no, right now. Well, because okay, we have air experience, so currently building this. Arno wants bomb sites. No, that isn't going to help a fighter. Okay, well here. Okay, well here I guess is where we would build dive brakes, floats. Okay, so we could. But this makes it worse. Surface detection. No, it helps surface detection, sub detection. Okay. Okay, strategic material usage or non-strategic. So reduces aluminum per factory. Okay, well we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so we'll use non-strategic materials, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to move to series or 1 series here. And so what? No, didn't we get this? Oh, that put it into production. We don't want to do that. No, thank you. We're going to come over here and do this. So switch over to that to use less aluminum here. Hello, Holiday Punch. How you doing? All right, good little limerick. We don't yet have nukes at this date in our game. Not that they won't come someday, maybe, but yeah, resistance.
Ordini?
Okay, what are our construction currently doing? We're sure mostly just repairing roads because of their damage here. Let's actually build some factories, I think. Instead. Well, okay. We do that now. Fuel silos. We're not yet nearly towards our possible stockpile limit. So let's do this. Let's build a couple of these things. Get those going for better fuel. You rarely use nukes, yeah. I mostly don't as well. Okay, we've developed Ethiopia and radios have now been improved. Okay, prospect for oil. Ooh, 8 oil insert. Which is... I don't really know how to pronounce that. Assert. Alagila. Benghazi, Cyrenaica. Okay, down here. Yeah, let's go non-historical. Let's do this. Controlled by Italy. Yes, infrastructure. Okay, this is the Via Balboa here. I believe that's what that's referring to, because those are all along the Tripoli, Alagia, Benghazi coast. Add infrastructure, regional development. So this will take us 70 days. We'll get oh, you know, I think because it had just been Derna and Benghazi, we want to do these two first, because I think because we just added Shua and Shiwa, which are down in Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to develop all of these first. Okay, so we're gonna develop our African empire here. Okay, we've got this. We are building up better engines. Enables welded armor. Well, Italy didn't do welded armor. We're in November, so we're getting towards the end, but we won't really see news. We got that resource efficiency gain, which is nice, and we'll get to that. 91 days. Okay, we don't really, because those are just modifiers to units, so we don't need to do those early. They won't, well, they would unlock these, but whatever. Don't need those yet unlocked. I think we're going to stick with just generic basic trains because we're Italy and we don't have a whole lot to do there. I think we'll do this for our operations in Spain, if nothing else. I mean, it will be very useful later on. Still haven't taken this forest yet. Oh man, they're about ready to collapse, it looks like. I don't know if they have reserves that they can move in or not. Okay, well, this episode has gone on too long, so we're gonna keep the live stream going, everyone, but we're gonna end the episode here. I want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, and Sir Toyjet, and others. Oh boy, we've got a new one today. I'm blanking on the name. I haven't written it down yet. Support over on Patreon, but I want to thank everybody here for just watching, liking the channel. If you're live on YouTube, please like the channel as well. Posting comments, subscribing, following. Thank you so much. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, don't worry, guys. We're gonna keep going here. I just want to break these up into episodes so that, because a lot of people don't want to watch a 4-hour video. They don't even maybe want to watch a 40-minute, let alone an hour and a half. Looks like we can soon book holidays in Spain again. Yes, well, it's going to take a little while, but maybe, because it was early 39 that, I forget the exact date that Spain ended. Maybe we can end this sometime in 38 here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and yes, we're playing Hearts of Iron 4. Just to let you know, I'm still going to maybe play a few more episodes of Hearts of Iron 3, the American one. I don't know if you watched my rant video how much longer that series is going to go. We'll see, but with everything, it's what gets watched gets more of. So if you thumbs up these videos, if you watch them a second time, that's not, I'm just mostly get the YouTube God, algorithm God, to bless the videos. It would be greatly appreciated. Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to attack into here. And just to give you an idea on my strategy for Spain is, normally I'm playing with the Germans, which have a little better divisions, but I want to, this isn't doing too bad for distracting of the Spanish AI. It is actually doing fairly well. Normally you want to close off everywhere so that the Spanish, your side of the Spanish, whichever side you're fighting on, concentrates on one good area and not disperse too badly. And so we're still very much in the build-up phase of the game. And so I want to help defeat this, and then that frees up all these Spanish divisions to move into the main push towards ending the war. And yes, I sort of hope to end by 38. We have very strong war support, very strong stability, reasonably good manpower, factories, and we are building some synthetic refineries to better deal with things. We are getting reasonably good compliance here, reasonably, time considered. Okay, we've now crushed that. Let's crush the port. Or even invading or something. Okay.
Pronto, signore.
And that direction, take this down. German divisions I see moving around there, Portuguese volunteers. Now, Spain is an interesting case. Okay. Two topics here for Spain, because we are sort of coming to the end. There was a significant effort to keep the Spanish Civil War from going outside of Spain. The Western governments, we'll call them that, that supported the Republicans set up neutrality patrols. We'll call it that. I don't know exactly what they were called. But their attempt was to stop the flow of arms and munitions and volunteers into Spain and to observe things. And so they had, I don't know all of the nations that were active, they were specifically assigned certain regions to patrol certain areas to stop the inflow of arms. And I really sometime I would love a nice little article that, that was, 20 pages, not necessarily a big thick book that would talk about this and better. I'd love to read something like this, but I know bits and pieces. So that they were there to try to, like I say, stop the flow of weapons into it, with the presumption of exhausting one or both sides to hopefully contain the conflict and end the conflict. Now, as we can see here, I would say that this is historically incorrect and that we see a Soviet division here. The Soviets, to the best of my knowledge, there were no Russian fighting forces in Spain. But there were huge amounts of Soviet arms, Soviet munitions coming into Spain. There may be Soviet pilots. That would be Russian. I'm talking there. I think there were some of those. And lots of Soviet advisors, including a lot of Cheka or whatever the KGB at the time you would want to call them. I think the NKVD was more domestic. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know enough of that. But they were in there in fairly strong numbers. Now, how did they get their supplies in with heavy, fairly heavy Allied patrols around the region to stop this thing? And the answer is, I can't exactly tell you how they got it in. I can tell you that one of the nations that supplied ships to the neutrality patrol was Germany. Including, I think, was it the Deutschland? I think was on it for a while. The Germans were part of the neutrality patrol. And I think it was the Deutschland. I'm not sure. One of the ships actually gets bombed. One of the German vessels gets bombed by Republican Air Force elements. And there's like 12 Germans killed or something on board the ship. And so the Germans are part of the let's stop arms and munitions and volunteers and other units from getting into Spain. Now the Allies, approved and give sections to the Germans to watch. Of course, the Germans were often very interested in watching the nationalist coastline, because that way they knew where everything was, because the Germans were supplying arms and munitions to Spain. And yes, the Condor Legion, which was German piloted aircraft. I think they did train some Spanish pilots, and eventually, to the best of my knowledge, the Condor Legion leaves all of their equipment in Spain when they leave. So whatever's left at the end of the war, they give over to Spain. And they have maximum about 300, give or take some, German ground advisors that are constantly being told not to be in combat. And since they're constantly being told by Berlin not to be in combat, that's because they are. And Berlin is very unpleased with this. So they keep getting notes or orders. Don't have any of your people near combat. And they keep going, yes, of course not. And then 6 months or whatever later, they get, don't have any of your people near combat. Well, of course we don't have any people near combat, meaning they keep sending their people into combat. And so it's not like there's a 300-man German unit fighting. There is not. There are tank units that have most of the men in the tanks are Spaniards with a few Germans there as observers. I could do air quotes, but you wouldn't see. They are given, the flak guns to use as anti-tank and fire support guns against ground targets. And again, those are probably commanded by Germans, but manned by Spaniards, and Spanish infantry equipped by the Germans, and again, advised or commanded by German people. Not just all officers, there's lots of like NCOs and whatnot. So there is no, there is, I'm looking to see, I know we've seen some here around. There is no German divisions. No, we can see like this group here. There is no German division serving in Spain. So Germany this whole time, during the whole Spanish Civil War, and I'm going to talk about some other areas, and KVD, sure, advisors with artillery. Yeah, no, they were the advisors. They had they also did some, indirect artillery, howitzers as well. But the guns themselves, were being operated by Spaniards, and it was the Germans, commanding and doing the technical, meaning like maybe, giving them the aiming and making sure that they're operated and positioned well, training up the Spaniards. At least for the ground forces, it was always German high command back in Germany always meant them to be for like schools behind the lines for the ground forces. The air operations was always meant to be German and piloted forces wearing quote-unquote Spanish uniforms, basically tan uniforms with no German markings on them. Now, it was a buddy of Goering sets up the main munitions. I don't know how much armaments. Munitions are the things that come out of a gun. The guns themselves are armaments. So definitely munitions, meaning sending ammo, whether for artillery or machine guns or rifles or whatever. Sets up a scheme to supply Spain with shipping in. And none of these ships are ever intercepted and confiscated. To send supplies to the nationalists, and it's set up, and it's being paid for. Okay, so eventually this guy who sets a company up has 3 ships that are bringing in supplies to the nationalists. Just 3, but 3, and they're going back and forth, and they're being paid for by Spain selling raw materials to Germany at a set price, not necessarily a market price, meaning what he could sell them. In fact, internationally. In fact, towards the midpoint, maybe around 37 or 38, I forget the date because I read an article on this. Franco's government suggests to them, well, hey, we can get better prices for our raw materials, critical, maybe we could call them rare materials, critical materials on the international market. And the German response, not so much from Hitler, but the German response is, oh, sure, great, yeah, you can. Go ahead and sell them there. We're not going to sell you any more munitions at any price. Well, who out there in the world is going to sell you your munitions? We'll keep up with our deal of selling you cheap raw materials, mining it, and to the point that when they either captured new territory, German industrial advisors would come in to the primarily to the mines and the refineries and advise and getting them setting up, looking at how much they can produce, and making sure that beyond the immediate needs for whatever situation in Spain, all the rest of it was being funneled to Germany. And they were Spanish, in theory at least, Spain was being paid for given money, Deutschmarks, for these raw materials, and definitely they were enough that being able to pay for and run these operations, because Germany wanted wanting the miners to get paid and all of that stuff and get everything working. But basically, most of, shall we say, the profits, if you will, or the income there is not actually going to so much to Spain, but going to this guy who has the ships that are supplying munitions. So basically, it's paying for the bullets coming from Germany. Now this is going so well that Goering and this guy go, man, this is great. So they decide to buy 3 more ships. And those 3 ships do not send supplies to nationalist Spain. They sell German-made munitions to Republican Spain. So long as there was a coastline that they were smuggling in 3 ships, hauling as much ammunition as they can that are made in German factories to the Republicans. So they're doing this. They're supplying, I don't know that it's equal, but they have 3 ships that are supplying into national Spain. They have 3 different ships supplying into Republican Spain, sort of under a different company name, so that I don't know that the Republicans and the spies or whatever knew that they were Goering's ships that were supplying them with bullets to shoot at the Germans. But during the whole time of the Spanish Civil War, Germany does not acknowledge and tries as much as possible to keep it a secret, or maybe, shall we say, keep it deniable, that the Germans are involved in the ground in Spain. And remember, they're on part of the Neutrality Patrol. As soon as the war is over, they do hold a big parade in Berlin, in which all of the Condor Legion, not just those that, because during the period of the war, they they had approximately 500 guys on the ground, but they were rotating through them. Very few, I think there were a few, but very few were more or less there at the beginning through to the end, or whatever. They would go through as tours of duty, because they wanted to cycle them through, especially with the pilots. They wanted to Adolf Galland was one of the pilots that was cycled through the Spanish Wars to get them some experience. So they were cycling through. So they had a big parade, and they were all wearing new, but quote unquote, their sort of Spanish uniforms. They didn't have Spanish markings on them, but they were sort of tan uniforms and whatnot, not the standard German ones. Wasn't up to. But during the bulk of the war, they weren't there on day one, but very early, Italy sends in approximately 3 divisions. I say approximately because it's really, I think, 2 divisions plus sort of a brigade, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I could have looked this up, but I haven't. That they sent in. But these guys are wearing Italian uniforms, carrying Italian flags, if you will. They are not hiding their Italian origins. They're not trying to make out as if they're just international volunteers to the fight the communist world threat. No, this is very much an open Italian operation. I think this is not just this. There's multiple reasons for this. One is Mussolini's anti-communist, anti-socialist viewpoints. I mean, Mussolini is at core a socialist. He was born a socialist, because both his parents are socialism. So he's brought up in socialism. He is named after Benito Juarez, the deposed president of Mexico, deposed by the French who invaded Mexico and put in Maximilian as Emperor of Mexico, the Austrian guy. So his parents named him after Benito Juarez. I don't know if Benito is a common Italian name at all. I think it is more Spanish name, but I'm not sure. Not sure at all. And he grows up and ends up being the main publisher of the largest socialist publication in Italy, experiences World War I, and then rejects international socialism. He becomes an ardent nationalist, but also ends up rejecting leveling. This is a term that I don't see many other people in the modern world use. I get it from, there were levelers in Britain during the British or the English Civil War, and what the levelers wanted to do was, I don't know the details of all their plans, but generally trying to make everyone equal in society. It wasn't communist in that they wanted communalism. They just wanted to get rid of the aristocracy, and they wanted to get rid of like large landholders. The idea, that meaning, okay, maybe big family farms, not like necessarily little tiny plots, and get rid of the idea of, because this is pre-industrial world, they didn't want, there were industries around, but it's not, what we call modern industry, but try to level out society. So trying to make everyone equal, if you will, but not like everyone has to be, get equal pay. It's more, it wasn't communistical in that sense, because if you worked harder, you could get more money. But again, get rid of the aristocracy and hierarchies in society. It's leveling. So there's leveling socialism, which at its heart is communism, but also other socialists which want redistribution of wealth to make everyone equal as the goal or ideal. Mussolini rejects that as well. He becomes, and I'm not an expert on Italian fascism and fascist thought, but I think I'm on reasonably solid ground here. He accepts that there's going to be hierarchies in society, and there's going to be rich people in society, and there's going to be less rich people in society. But what he wants is everyone to, have a quote unquote, is what we see very much in American unionism. Unionists in America have traditionally been vaguely socialist, which I would say is actually, they're probably a bit more fascist in a way. Not saying they're totally fascist, just saying a bit more fascist in that they want everyone to quote unquote have a living wage. They're not like American unions, and I don't know about unions in other parts of the world or whatever, but most American unions aren't trying, they end up destroying in many cases whole industries, if not like the steel industry, if not particular companies, but they're not really at heart in their belief trying to destroy that company. What they're trying to do is, okay, yes, rich people get to own the company, but pay everyone their living wage as they see it. And yes, and some of those, some of the atrocious situations during the late 19th century and early 20th century are really bad, and they're trying to improve that, and that's good, but they go too far in my opinion. But they're trying to have everyone have a good minimum wage, a good living standard, and have this, Mussolini's fascism, have the state redistribute a certain element of wealth from the top of the pyramid to the bottom to make sure everyone's okay, but not trying to, and not the goal of the party, the society, or whatever, is to make everyone equal. Just bring the bottom up high enough to a good standard, is how Mussolini would see it. So they're trying to get rid of the true destitute poor at the bottom. Obviously, there's going to be less rich versus the rich at the top, of the pyramid. And so if you always have, if you have a pyramid, always the bottom, whatever the bottom is the poor. But he's trying to get rid of destitution, and there's been a lot of destitution in Italy with industrialization and whatnot, and before then too as well. So he's trying to do that with his socialism. So fascism is a type of socialism. No, it is not international socialism. It is highly nationalistic socialism. And two, it is accepting of hierarchies in society, both in wealth as well as power and prestige. So it's hierarchical socialism, but it is still socialism at its core. So part of what Mussolini is fighting is international socialism, which includes syndicalism, which includes, as he would see it, as anarchism, as communism, and all of this stuff. That's part of it. Part of it is, I think, directly towards his dream of revitalizing the Roman Empire. I don't know what. I just quite honestly don't know what. I mean, what I don't. We have no idea what goes on in a person's head, historically speaking, but we may have an idea of what they say, to others or write or whatever. I don't know if he ever expressed the idea of trying to incorporate some or all of Spain into his Neo-Roman Empire, but he's definitely, by sending Italian divisions wearing Italian uniforms, not hiding their swords, trying to significantly gain influence in Spain. So to try to make it, shall we say, a client state to some degree to Italy. So he's trying to do that as much as he can. I think the third reason he's sending in soldiers is a direct response to France and Britain's reaction to his taking Ethiopia. It plays into that expanding Roman Empire element, definitely, but he has been isolated from it because there was still, on paper at least, and if you look at some of the writings of people at the time period, before Spain, or no, before Italy goes into Ethiopia, there's still very much, even though this is fascist Italy, but it's still the Kingdom of Italy, and there's still the sort of alliance with Britain and France and Italy were still thought to be a relatively strong alliance, and it's just the Italians were doing. France during this time period is going through. Revolution wouldn't be quite strong enough, but there, especially I think in 1934, there's a sort of big near revolution fascist fighting communist in France, and so there's a lot of cultural and social and economic upheaval going in France considerably, in Britain a little bit. So fascism at the time, and you can even look at America at the time up until World War II, fascism is not a dirty word. You can look at the Rockefeller Center in New York City, which is still there, a big building, the Rockefeller Center, and you can, carved into the building, into the basic structure of the building, are a bunch of fascist iconography that's still there to this day, because Rockefeller and a bunch of other people were admiring what Mussolini was doing. Not that they necessarily wanted to bring fascism entirely to America, but they sort of wanted to bring elements of fascism to America. It is only once Italy truly becomes an ally of Hitler do they start rejecting the idea of fascism. And I would say the only reason we still have such an aversion, and I'm not trying to promote fascism up here at all, but such an aversion to fascism is because of World War II propaganda and the, shall we say it, the traditional center-left, center, and center-right, like of America, meaning the traditional Democratic and Republican parties in America, the centrist people, agreed that fascism, the Democrats were the ones that were sort of on the fascist side, but once you get to the war, they're anti-fascist. The Republicans were always against, because the Republicans are always against the fascist element in America. I know they call them fascist now, but they're not. They're the opposite of fascism. They're the laissez-faire economics type people, which is the opposite of fascism. Closer aligned to the anarchists of Spain, I would say, than fascist Italy. Except for they're not leveling. They combined with the extreme left of communism and socialism, and everyone condemning fascism. So, no, even if people to this day want to have fascist-like policies, I'm not saying they want to put on black shirts and do straight arm salutes, but they want to have fascist-like policies, like a lot of Democratic Party members. They can't admit it, even though they, in fact, do want to have those types of policies. So, like I say, it wasn't a dirty word. But with that breaking of alliance, Italy is now, we're talking 36, 37. They've yet to come into alliance with Hitler entirely. They're starting to move that way. But he's looking at, I would say Mussolini is looking at building up allied nations, whether this would be possibly a puppet state or just a friendly state in the region that gives flanking elements to France. So the consequences of Britain and France going so hard to stop the Ethiopian situation here of Italy invading and conquering it has had massive ramifications. Now, had you not had Italy supporting the nationalists, could you have kept out Soviet control in Spain? I don't know. Because by the end, by 37 or so, definitely by mid-38, the Soviet Union is controlling the Republican side. The only winners were going to be, on that side, if they won, was going to be the communists. It was not going to be some sort of left or center-left pluralistic democratic forces with anarchists, syndicalists, communists, socialists, and free marketists or whatever, all sort of trying to win elections and sort of kind of more or less be, in the Western world order or whatever. It wasn't going to be that. It was going to be a Soviet puppet state. There's clear enough evidence by that point that that's what was going to be. But had you had Spain being a Republican Spain of whatever flavor, and had you had Italy aligned with France, well, one, you might not have had Germany take over Austria, or two, Hitler really worrying about a southern front when he goes to war with everybody else in the world, and that would be serious, because if you had that, you might not have seen the Three Powers Pact, which was Italy, Austria, and Hungary, which was being developed even before the break with the other three powers, but trying to more local anti-German alliance. You very well might have been able to have Hungary and Romania align with Mussolini in an anti-German alliance, to have the South down here as an anti-German alliance, that with possibly Czechoslovakia and Poland, that you really would have had Germany surrounded. Would that have been better for the world, to have a peaceful Germany? That probably with a peaceful Germany, I think they would have just continued to harass the Jews out of Germany. I think it really takes the World War for the SS and crew to truly start doing the final solution. And prior to the final solution, they sort of need a dumping ground that wouldn't give too much shock to the Germans of dumping the Jews into the Warsaw ghettos, so that they can at least, Germans to themselves can pretend, oh, well, they're just taking the Jews away to put them in special, and they did create somewhere a sort of idealistic Jewish community, I forget where, because it was more than just a Warsaw ghetto, that was for propaganda purposes. So long as that eventually they of course send everybody off to the gas chambers. But for a while, it's like, oh, look at the children, they're getting Hanukkah presents and this, and there was a certain amount of propaganda that was being fed just lightly back into the German system that the Jews that are being removed from Germany are just going to other places that are okay, but just taking them away from Germans. The goal, of course, is to kill them all. Not trying to sugarcoat this or make this that they really just want to treat them nice. But I think it takes the war starting, conquest of lands that the army and the SS control that are away from the general German populace to do it. I think they would have just continued to harass the Jews out of Germany. So we might not have had that Holocaust, but who knows? We might have had a war in 1950 with Germany secretly developing atomic bombs before the war starts, and mushroom clouds going up over London and Paris and Warsaw and wherever else in Germany, starting World War II that way, and it might have been 100 times worse. Who knows? But yeah, it could have been extremely worse in theory, but we won't know, of course. Okay, taking that out. Okay, we have mountain troops here. Well, we have mountains up here, so let's put them. Put them on trains and get them up there. And the National Congress triumphs in provincial elections in India, of course. The other thing I want to say is, I know we have a lot of European viewers, but everyone in the world is somewhat concerned about Ukraine. I know a few people in Ukraine. I'm not going to shout them out by name here. One of them I know does not like to be overly mentioned, as a name or whatever, on the interwebs. He doesn't mind me referring to some of information he gives me, because he knows he's giving it to me for podcast, but he doesn't need to be mentioned. So I'm not going to mention any of them by name. If they ever want to identify themselves in chat or wherever, they're perfectly liable or perfectly able to do so. I'm just not going to dox them, even their online personalities. Not quite confidential sources, but I don't need to put them out there. And this is not to talk about. I'm totally against the German invasion, or not German. I'm totally against the German invasion of Ukraine, but I'm also against the Russian invasion of Ukraine as well. Just depends on what year we're talking about. But I really, and this sucks for Ukraine. I'm not going to say it otherwise. It sucks. It sucks for Ukraine. But I really see Ukraine as modern day Spain. I know there's a lot of people, especially I'll like Tim Pool. I watch a lot of his videos. I'm more of a conservative than he is. He is more of a centrist and whatnot. And he, is railing against the war and all this stuff and this. And his personality is, I would call a catastrophist. Not that he thinks there's going to be a catastrophe always, but he thinks that catastrophes are a real possibility, and they are. And he is very concerned about that, shall we say. But he's also a young man, I get into his 30s. But I remember the Cold War. I was living through it, as you guys know. And I've studied the Korean War fairly significantly, including watching all of the episodes of MASH multiple times over back when I was younger. But we were able to have a war in Korea, and one of my history professors very aptly put, there was two wars. There was the Korean War, which the United Nations forces, primarily led by America, but there were British and other divisions, clearly won the Korean War. There was, as that war was coming to a close, meaning they were occupying up to about this line and moving north, there started the war in Korea with China. Again, these same United Nations forces, and that is a draw. So there's two wars that happen. But clearly, the United Nations forces, primarily Americans, clearly win the Korean War. It becomes, and 90+% of the ground forces are Chinese after that point. They do raise North Korean units, but it is mostly Chinese forces that are fighting the United Nations troops, and it's still the United Nations troops, again, primarily Americans, fighting that. And that war happens, and in that theater, and during this time, it is clear that there are Russian pilots flying Russian-made aircraft that have Korean markings on them, and they may have a Korean badge on their uniform or something, but they're clearly Russians that are flying aircraft against the Americans in that front. But during this war, and even at a point MacArthur is talking about trying to get some nationalist Chinese up to help support it, which Truman probably very rightly shuts down, because there are no attacks on Chinese vessels, civilian or military. There are no attacks on U.S. military vessels or civilian vessels outside of the sort of theater of war. There are a few incidents of vessels being shot up here, but it's in the theater of war. So we see an active United Nations using carriers, using submarines, using all kinds of air power, fighting in here. MacArthur wants to nuke along the border here to not nuke China, but nuke along the border to stop the flow of forces, particularly early on when he's being pushed back. He asks for it. Local use of tactical use, shall we say. I mean, it's in a strategic sense of fight into Korea, but not to bombard factories or rear area things. And this is, quite honestly, my understanding is a very low populated area along that, though I could be wrong, but it wasn't major population centers, that's for sure. And hi OCB, I'll get to the chat in just a moment. But we see the idea of two nations fighting each other being contained. I don't know the status. I don't think it was China wasn't very nuclearized, as in weapons, at that stage. They may have had a few bombs or something, but they weren't much. But we see that happening there, and of course we see the Spanish Civil War. So I see the Ukraine, so long as there are not American or German or whoever's flag divisions fighting in here. It's one thing if there's, I know most of the training that's being done by the different nations, and I noticed even Australia is committed to training some Ukrainian forces, but a lot of them, they're being taken out of Ukraine and flown to, because I've seen some video of them being trained in the United Kingdom. They're being taken out and trained in other parts of the world, and my understanding is, again, not my knowledge of, but my understanding is there are, shall we say, CIA assets, meaning not Ukrainians, but people with laptops or other things like that they're not handing over to local people, that is not supposed to get into locals' hands, but that are getting things like satellite feeds and high-level drone feeds and other signal intel type feeds and whatnot into there, so that when you're planning a strike, and supposedly they're not providing information for deep strikes into Russian territories outside of Ukraine, but they're providing information on operations in there. Okay, 1964. Thank you, OCB. I'm always on some of these things fuzzy on some dates. Thank you. I will go through all of the chat here, so don't worry. But Russia obviously did have nukes at the time of the war in Korea, in which there were Russia was supplying basically all, until China gets in, all of the supplies into North Korea of military sorts, including tanks and whatnot, and are supplying all of North Korea's Air Force. They're supplying that with including the pilots, though there were also North Korean pilots too. I don't think they were any good. Oh, there are probably one or two really good ones, but I don't think on the whole they were any good from everything I've read and heard and saw and whatnot. But I don't think this is going to, and I was worried early on, but I don't think this is going to expand into a greater war. So I think the Europeans, now we have seen some sort of strike on Nord Stream, which isn't good, but we've seen some other pipeline and or undersea cables strike, in which that's worrying. And I think NATO elements, not just the U.S., but NATO elements are getting ready to respond to some of this stuff, which may be a bit of an expanding of the war. But I think it's being done in an attempt at a deniable pattern. And if they start striking at, because my understanding is within the last week, near the break, there's been a bunch of, and maybe even currently as I speak, on Saturday, as I'm making this, I know this will be out some other time, there's currently some Russian vessel or something out here that's being shadowed by some Swedish vessel right near the Nord Stream break at the moment. So I'm not that worried that this is going to spiral into some general war or some greater nuclear war. Though if Russia starts doing nukes, that is a bit of a game changer. I would say that I'm a little worried about. But if it doesn't do that, I think we're looking at a Spanish type situation. I don't think, and again, talking to people in Ukraine, within the week or so, I don't want to specify, not necessarily on this exact topic, but they're not calling up all their reserves. The Ukrainians have significant reserves that are trained, that continue to do training and go to day jobs now, meaning they've gone through their, I don't know what it was, but like 2 week or 3 week training to become soldiers, and they're back at their day job. And they still have, maybe their gun and their, bulletproof vest and whatnot, but they're back at their day job and not being sent to the front lines. And these guys could be sent to the front lines. So Ukraine isn't so much worried about manpower. I think Ukraine will be able to continue to fight only so long as the Western powers feed in munitions, feed in the guided munitions for anti-tank killing and whatever. Once they stop doing that, it's going to become really hard. Ukraine can provide some level of support themselves, but not that much. So, and especially not the high technical stuff, or very much of it at all. Yeah, they make a few missiles and a few stuff, but that's, I would call it a cottage industry. It's probably more than that, but not by much. So I'm not really worried currently that Ukraine is going to spiral out into a general war. I think because, and we can also look at, say, the we can look at the Cuban Missile Crisis or some of the Central American wars, but definitely you can look at the America's involvement in Afghanistan, in which we were very openly sending in surface-to-air missiles and lots of other munitions, junky SA-7s that we were buying from Egypt that were no longer working, but whatever. And why do I always blank on these things? I know Stinger missiles being openly sent into Afghanistan to shoot down Russian helicopters. And I'm not saying because there weren't other third world retaliations to America, that the Russians decide to, give more support to some PLO or something like that in retaliation, but there was not a general widening of the Cold War because of U.S. support for direct engagement against Soviet or Russian forces, however you want to call it, in Afghanistan. So I think I'm viewing currently, and I can change my mind, facts will change my mind, but I'm currently viewing the Ukrainian war from an international perspective as today's Spain. Spain does not lead to World War II. Spain does not contribute, in my opinion, to World War II. World War II happens because of Germany's expansion into first Austria, then Sudetenland, then taking over the rest of Czechia and setting up Slovakia, and of course Poland grabbing a piece and Hungary grabbing up a bunch of pieces, including out here, and then of course going into Poland. Now there might have been a World War II with expanding Russian Empire or Soviet Empire, but that's another question. So in my opinion, Spain is ultimately an isolated incident. Its only contributions, in my opinion, to World War II are as a testing and training ground for weapons. That, to my mind, does not follow on that the weapons will then, well, yeah, they were just getting ready. They were learning how to use them because they were already planning on, well, if you're already planning on going to war anyways, you know, and Hitler was, it doesn't matter. You know, if they found out that all the German weapons sucked, well, he'd just change his weapons and maybe delay the war. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't, it might in a way accelerate or de-accelerate the speed of World War II coming, but it does not contribute to World War II happening. Like, because maybe if the fight took longer or if they were losing, Germany might have delayed things. Maybe, I don't know. But, and if, you know, if the Italian divisions were seen to suck even worse, Italy might have reevaluated its going into World War II. But it in and of itself does not cause or contribute in my way. It changed my mind. Anybody live or later on that you really think only because of Spain World War II happened, or it was a serious element to decision-making processes, shall we say. I don't see that on any side. Now let me check out what was said in the chat while I was, again, monologuing. To be fair, Gamer, you've been around for the Punic Wars. Well, just about OCB, I know, but I don't want to always... if you won the Korean War, there wouldn't be North Korea in the country. Yeah, well, I know. What I said is, and I don't know if you caught it all, OCB, there were two wars. There was the Korean War, which was North Korea invading South Korea, and then the UN response to that, which then conquers virtually all of Korea. And then there's the second war, the war in Korea with China, and that one was a draw. Okay, the first one was a UN victory, primarily America, but a UN victory. The second one, and they followed right one after the other, or, you know, there wasn't a break between the two of them. The second one was a draw. I will totally admit that that was a draw. But it's sort of your definitions. By themselves or via the Soviet. Yeah. Well, of course, they got a lot of Mao wanted it because of Taiwan Strait incident crisis in the 50s. Absolutely. So yes. Yes, no. I agree with my professor that the U.S. primarily wins the war, the Korean War, but the war in Korea with China is a draw. That's where you get the draw in the current North Korea. North Korea has always been first a Russian puppet state, I would say, and then with the collapse of the Soviet Union becoming a Chinese puppet state. Because if you look at North Korea in the Cold War era, they're really much more using Russian equipment, Russian provided stuff than China. And I think that's because even though the Chinese win the battle here, they're not really in a place to set up North Korea, but Russia is. You know, industrially and otherwise militarily. Okay, so now you're going to come up here and get ready to attack in the mountains because you're a mountain division. And it is time to end this episode. I know there was a lot of talking, but I hope it was entertaining. I want to thank you all for getting this far. And again, remember to like, subscribe, share, whatever. Comment below. Tell me why I'm wrong on any of these things. I would love to hear your opinions. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. And yes, we're going to continue this right now. I just want to make a safety save. And we will continue going. Okay. Are they going to go up more and more? Then 120 is max. I'm so used to playing. Okay, but these are command points. So used to playing mods, which change all this. So I see this is 120.7, and it's 104. Yeah. Let's start another episode, and then we'll play with this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. It is December 1937, and we are crushing the Republicans and the anarchists of Spain. We are building up the Italians to be ready for World War II. And on why is it well, why it is because Gamer's an idiot. But beyond that, why is this so hard to find? Spirit of the Army. The doctrines. Is no longer here. Where is it? Oh, here, just there. Boy, right for me. Okay, I wanted to see if I could. Okay, doctrine costs. Okay, we're at 104 and we need to be at 110. Okay, that's what I was checking there. And air doctrines. Well, we have enough to do one of these. Strategic destruction, battlefield support, operational integrity. Does anybody in chat have a particular what they think we should do? I don't. Strike tactics. That sounds good. Let's look over here. Dive bombing, direct ground support. We don't have to follow the historical one, in my opinion. Unless someone has good reason why we should. I like the naval strike, and then this is naval strike way down here. Naval mission efficiency, where here we get it way up here. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this. Battlefield support, operational integrity. To Toy Jet, he wants me to do this one. That's CAS or attack bombing primacy. Yes. But see, this has naval strike capacity here, naval mission efficiency at 15%. Okay, well here, no, it's hunt and destroy. Torpedo, naval missions, 10%. These are so far down, torpedo strike, 10%. Infrastructure. Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. We're really not going to do logistical bombing or striking. I think I have to agree with you there. Toy Jet. You look at. I'm actually paying attention to Toy Jet and what he's saying. But I want to look here. Okay. Formation flying. Okay. Gain. Reading. I'm going to go with battlefield support. And well, we're going to save some points up. Yeah, I could see operational integrity. I know I've already gone down this, but could go back to the save. I don't know. I don't know. We're going to go with that for the moment. Okay, yes, it's here. And we really, okay, Fleet and Being is what they're sort of doing. Search that. So when we get 60 points, though, we're not gaining too much. So now that we do have an admiral, we can see about. Okay, develop Somaliland. Let's see, for the moment, if we do this, we'll gain some more army experience. Let's do this. We may come back. Well, we are looking at, well, we also need to, we're going to, because now that's, yes, Somaliland gets a factory, so we're going to do this as well. What we are currently producing is basic close support and inner air close air. So that's what we're currently producing, and then some fighters that are slowly coming along here. Now that we're up here, let's attack these guys here in the mountains with our mountain troops. Oh, we pushed into here. Okay. Oh, good. We finally got across the bridge there. Nice. Okay, now you guys are going to come up and around here. Now that we hold the riverbank. That was the goal, is to get the riverbank so that we can hold there. I didn't want to try to fight my way across the river. No need.
Pronto, signore.
Pushed into there.
Avanzate!
Oil refining. Okay, good. So, here, so we get more fuel per amount of oil, which is what we need to do, is try to build this up. No, we're not going to do these more than a year in advance. Okay, yeah. I don't know if we need depth charge throwers. Trying to look at stuff we need. Well, maybe protect our line warfare, magnetic line. Oh boy. I don't know. Okay, we'll do this.
Formazione. Sì, signore. Ordini. Formazione.
That attack, take them out up there.
Pronto all'azione. Avanzate!
Those mountains, so attacking with mountain division. Okay, we can now build more vessels. Okay, we're building a bunch of convoys. No, I don't want to do that. Stop. I clicked the wrong spot. I wanna, what I wanna see is, what they're currently, okay, Calvi class, let's, okay, torpedoes. What I'm trying to see, depth charges, good. What I want to see if anybody's a mine-laying vessel here. Doesn't look like it, so let's... If we do that, we'll give them mine laying capability. So we'll do that, and where'd they go? Here, okay. Now we're gonna add this here, and there we go. Yeah, what model are we building? Voyager. Models are cool. Increased resistance activity in northern Ethiopia. Must be on guard. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of forces spread out here. Before we get to World War II, like I say, we're gonna see about resistance fairly high, unfortunately. Lagging industrial progress. Yeah, we're supposed to be Mussolini themselves, not having Mussolini get mad at us. Ah, cool. Sort of a useless big German toy. Okay. But we are getting more compliance up, so hopefully that will help us. Yes, a good time. Maybe Arno wants to post a link to the Discord server everywhere. If you're watching, whether live or later on, we have a Discord server in which people find a lot of Werewolf Man and Niagara, I believe, are playing a I don't know if it's co-op or competitive or whatever HOI IV game. There's also some EU and CK games periodically going on there. So if you're looking for opponents or play co-op together, and of course a lot of us play War Thunder and other things, you might want to join the Discord server, or also be able to check out various interesting posts and other things to hang out with. So everyone, check out the Discord server. Right. Okay, we are developing Eritrea. So hopefully that's we got some occupation there, doing reasonably well, hopefully. we're gonna, like I say, pull out a lot of our, I don't know, frontline forces or whatever you want to call them before we go into the war. Okay, so we've moved into there. You'll do support down into there, and you rush into Barcelona. About the retreating. Thanks, Arno. If you could also throw it in YouTube and whatnot. Okay. Treaty of Barcelona, Yugoslavia request. Consumer goods for 180 days. I don't think we're going to spare anything. Thanks, Arno. I really do appreciate it. And if there's anybody watching over on Rumble, I'd love to have you say hi over there. I know it gets some views because I've seen the stats, but okay, now I think maybe it is time to push on Madrid. Probably mostly just people quickly checking it out, is my guess. Basic engines. Very good. And that's for tanks. So, we now have basic engines. We're doing that. We're going to see about improving the mediums there. Let's do resource gaining. Let's see. Get reorganized from your move. Develop Eritrea. Okay, well now we're going to develop down here, because now we have Somaliland, Eritrea, Benghazi, Derna, Shiwa, and Shiwa that are going to get civilian factories and naval bases and whatnot added to them. So that is a good thing. Strengthen, okay, for Italy. Activates mission. Whatever. Build early destroyer hulls with mine laying capabilities. Okay. Infantry and armor attack there. Yeah, I guess spearheading all of the forces that way towards Madrid. And yes. Let's see, let's shift our air power to here. Fly over there, and now operate over there. There we go. Cover that zone with air power. So that there currently, we don't have air superiority now, but hopefully that will help. Also, to promote the Discord server, I know those watching later, this will be too late for sure, but on Sunday, the day before Halloween, we're going to be have a watch party of 2 of the first horror movies, basically ever. One being Dracula, and the other being Frankenstein, both of 1931, I believe. And we'll be watching that and seeing how they shaped all future horror movies based from them. So yes, I know we have no divisions training. The main reason we have no divisions training is because of this. We still have yet to get enough infantry equipment, but we're now building 30s. We're plussing 37. So we're grinding that down. We don't have enough fighters or tactical bombers. We do have enough close support. So, yeah, I'm getting better at that. Well, I'm going to try to start War Thunder and back to the old start time an hour earlier, and we're going to end it earlier. Arno. So tomorrow's War Thunder, we'll see about starting an hour earlier, and I'm going to be ending it probably about now for a noon time here in California. I think it's 8 p.m. European time, starting of the horror movies. So yes, War Thunder, but then give me have a half an hour break between War Thunder and starting of the movies. So 11:30 or so we'll be ending War Thunder. All you guys immediately start pushing into there. Don't give them any respite. Been a long time since I've seen either of those movies, but I've watched them several times, and they're really good. Because one of the purpose in talking to some youngsters, and some of you guys I know are not youngsters, but that it's just some of the movies they haven't seen that I know they're old movies, but they were old movies to me when I saw them. Way back when, just building up people's foundations. And I know there's just like 3 or 4 of us watching, so this isn't a big thing out there, but just trying to build people's foundations of culture and knowledge and whatnot. So, and of course, being the season, we're doing horror movies. Okay, after a long and concerted effort to improve cooperation and compliance between our occupation forces and local civilian authorities, we are now ready to put control of the Kingdom of Greece back in the hands of local government. This new government is made up of sympathetic civilians. What the fuck? I'm playing zero mods, people. Zero mods, just a DLC. Roads. Okay. Roads. Rhodes is Italian territory. What the hell are they talking about? This isn't a provisional government of the Kingdom of Greece. It was never part of Greece. Yeah, it was Greece in the ancient days, but it was taken over my understanding, again, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was taken over from the Turks. Yeah, I know, but hey, they're Italians. They're not ready yet. We're not going to put up a collaborationist government. Yeah, Turks. They took them over from the Turks. Let's look at compliance here. Compliance. Okay, 80% compliance. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, well, they're our possession. But Paradox don't care. Well, yeah, I hear you. And Paradox doesn't care about a lot of things that are important. I'm not saying the people of Greece love the Italians, but and being occupied by them, say, but there we go. Now we just the divisions are going home. There's good reason to just build up more of this to keep the army fighting, but I don't know. I'm sure it helped, but it's over, and I sort of want to achieve the goal. And we did it early in 38, so about a year early. Now what this may do, that's sort of why I was doing, and I don't know this tree well yet at all, but is, nope, it's further. I got this one done early while the war was still going on because it needed it. So we could try to push for a Spanish-Italian alliance after France is taken out, or we can demand the Balearic Islands. There, I believe, is some historical reasons for that, but Mussolini never pushes hard, and I don't know Romania focus, Bulgaria focus. I don't think we need to decide this yet. This is obviously Balkan ambition, but it really was coastal. So Romania and Bulgaria are largely not terribly affected by this, but I can see how they would be mutually exclusive. But we need to active steel, Balkans ambition. Well, that would lose Guido Jung, which is currently here reducing our consumer goods. Okay. Maybe other things that are going to help that out. Guaranteeing Austrian independence. I would say that would be our current status. Like I say, that this doesn't have the three powers pact in it really, but they currently we're currently, I would say historically, Italy is guaranteeing Austrian independence currently. If we can get Albania either way we go, Albanian oil. Okay, but what we're really, of course, pushing for is what may be a game-changing is prospect for oil, to get 8 oil down in Libya and build this up, but at least get to this one early on so we have oil to build up our oil reserves, and then we will look at be doing that. Fire something next. Okay, so we're continuing this. because at least short term, the Baku fields, and it's not, and obviously there's also Grozny and others, but the Baku fields are a huge oil industrial complex. This was much more. I mean, I don't know yeah, I keep getting ready to say something, then I have to sort of back up. You have to look at. What the fuck, people? How did Germany get Austria without our permission? I'm sorry, people. I know I was just saying, we were guaranteed, we had an agreement, we had a defense agreement with Austria. We had a defense agreement with Austria and Hungary. And Italy, the three of us. How does Germany get to do this? How does Germany get to effing do this? Hitler had to come down and give guarantees to Mussolini to allow him to go into Austria. This is... Am I the only one that complains about these things? Am I the only one that complains about this stuff? Nobody in the beta, railed against, well, what are you doing? You need to, because you're building an effing Italian focused DLC. And they've waited for building a German DLC because it's going to be monumental and all that stuff. I get that. But you build this out and you don't... I mean, they sign it in, I think it's like January 1936 or some date, January, February, maybe March, but damned early in 1936, they signed the Three Powers Pact. And this is why Hitler keeps coming down to Italy to kiss ass to Mussolini, because he wants Austria, and he knows there's this pact, and he's very afraid of the Italians coming in, because not that he is like afraid that Italy's going to destroy him. He does not want the appearance of a conquest of Austria for the German people. This is not worrying about what Paris or London thinks. Not at all, in my opinion. He does invade Austria because he is worried, because the only reason he invades Austria when he does is Schuschnigg is calling for a referendum on unification with Germany, because the Nazi Party has been decriminalized. They were criminalized because one of their members assassinates the president of Austria, Dollfuss or whatever. In 1933. So the Nazi Party is criminalized. It still exists. The SS are recruiting guerrilla fighters, and there's an SS unit that's formed in this part of Germany, ready to go in and be like guerrilla fighters, hardcore Nazis. And so the SS, the Nazi Party, the SA, they're all illegal. They continue to exist in Austria. but they're all illegal. They send down Franz von Papen after to try to get it. They get the Nazi Party legalized again. They're not allowed to wear their uniforms, the SA and whatnot. The SS is still sort of recruiting, but keeping, only wearing uniforms and only, doing their thing in Germany. They're not running around Austria openly. And they're making good headway. Schuschnigg is worried because Schuschnigg of the fascist or the Fatherland Front, and I'm not sure whether it's fascist or not. The left has made fascism even more meaningless term because they call everybody fascist nowadays. Everybody's a fascist. Franco's a fascist. Ronald Reagan's a fascist. Donald Trump's a fascist. Donald Trump, who wants to reduce government control and give everybody freedom to do whatever they want, is a fascist. How is that fascism? I don't know. They just call it... So fascism has become a meaningless term. Everybody's a fascist now that doesn't exist. Hello, Croc Rina. You're playing as my people. Oh, you're Italian. Well, good to have an Italian viewer here. And so... I don't know whether the father, and I had Niagara look into it, whether they're actually fascist. I was describing them as fascist because I've read some places that I trust in English. He could not find a direct reference that the Fatherland Front called themselves fascist. They are an authoritarian party, but maybe they're more of a nationalist party. See, I'm serious about labels. I want to label fascist, National Socialist, and authoritarians. Now, they may all be bad people, but it's important that you label them correctly. So, the Fatherland Front is rather popular in Austria. It is a right-wing party. It is I would say, primary, well, technically Argentinian, but okay, you're from Argentina. Well, cool, South American viewer, cool. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Europeans that have migrated down to, Europeans other than Spanish, shall we say, because obviously there's lots of Spanish, in Portuguese in Latin America, but other than Europeans, cool. Comes from Italy, so I have a lot of Italian. Well, cool, very good. Also Spanish and French, cool. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well. Love to have South America. Don't get a lot of South American viewers because obviously I do things in English, and English is not a heavily spoken language in Latin America. I know. Let's forget how a lot of SS officers escaped. Oh yes, I know. But that was primarily because of the pre-existing German community down there, so they were able to blend in, as it were. So. I think it's important to understand what's going on. And so understand the right language for the political parties. So the Fatherland Front was definitely an authoritarian party, maybe a bit more broad right-wing focus party. They were definitely a pro-Catholic, pro-Christian type party, where the Nazis are anti-Christian, shall we say. They're anti-Protestants and Catholics. So Schuschnigg has a lot of support. I'm not saying majority support, but a lot of support. And there is also a lot of support for unification with Germany. I don't think the Austrians, as well as the Sudeten Germans, understand the nature of the National Socialist regime. In fact, I don't think most Germans understand the nature of the National Socialist regime. Definitely in 1933, most Germans do not support the National Socialists, even though they're the biggest party. There is no majority party because you have the conservatives, the people of Hindenburg and Franz von Papen's party. They're a bit of authoritarian group, yeah, but they're not like wanting complete dictatorship. They want the Kaiser. They still want a Reichstag, but sort of central authority in German conservatism. which is different than other conservatism. It's not all, conservatism is conserving national traditions and policies of your particular nation or viewpoint. So American conservatism is different than European conservatism and whatnot. So there, and then of course there's socialists and there's communists and there's a lot, in 1933. So a lot of Germans do not support Nazi ideology. But what they do support as time goes on is successful governance, meaning getting things done, having good public order, establishing coherent economics, not having rapid inflation and high unemployment. They're agreeing to all of these things that the Nazis are doing. They're not agreeing with all of the ideology. They're being indoctrinated over time into it, and Hitler accepts. And if you look at Hitler's Compromises, a very good book. Kurak, if you haven't already, you could always hit the follow button over on Twitch. Great to have you here more often. But the it talks about Hitler's Compromises, talks about how he's dealing with the, shall we say, normal German people. Very good book on it, probably the best study out there. And so whenever he gets pushback from those people, you're already following. Cool. I just hadn't seen you here before. So whenever he gets pushed back, he accepts it from the normal German people, because he realizes and thinks of his mother a lot, and his mother was strong, and he's sort of a mama's boy, and mother's strong views. So he's really looking at indoctrinating the youth, the Hitler youth, and not worrying too much about trying to change, try to de-Christianify the Christians of Germany. He just wants to get at their children and unchristianify them, if you will, and indoctrinating the children. So he's worried. He's focusing on the children for indoctrination. So when you get a lot of Germans ethnic peoples, not so much talking even about German blood, I'm talking about language and culture. So you get a lot of German ethnic peoples in Austria, in Sudetenland, and other places, Memel and wherever. Danzig. They see the success of the Nazi Party and they go, yeah, that looks good. We want success too. Our economy sucks, or we're being ruled by people who speak a different language than us, when you're talking Czechoslovakia or Poland or wherever. And so there is high support when you do plebiscites for being unified with Germany, but a lot of the people don't really realize what it's going to mean by doing so. Hello, unpronounceable Russian name. I do recognize it's Cyrillic, but I can't pronounce it. Hello from Russia. You're doing well. Don't know English well, but I want to. Well, very good. You can listen here on YouTube, and I hope you learn from free and understand a bit. Ask questions if you like. I will try to answer them. But I do not speak Russian, unfortunately. So there is support, but there's also a lot of support, and Schuschnigg knows that there is support for Austria. He wants to hold this plebiscite. I think he's going to lose the plebiscite, but I think Schuschnigg sees that eventually he's going to lose anyways, so we might as well try this. Now, Hitler's panicked, not in my opinion, from everything that I can get at, that he's going to lose the plebiscite. What he's panicked at is having it sort of like a 60-40 split. Having, 60% maybe vote for unification, or 54% or whatever vote for unification with Germany, but having a large minority not. He does not want to have that happen. So he sets up and invades before the plebiscite happens. Now it is a peaceful invasion. It is a military invasion, meaning it's tanks and artillery pieces and infantry and trucks driving into Austria, but nobody is resisting. the Austrian army does not resist. For multiple reasons, including an infiltration of the Austrian army. But it does not resist. Hitler goes ahead with the plebiscite and holds it still. But now he's in control. His party is in control. Germany is in control. He knows that the Nazi party, Nazis, whatever, can easily alter the outcome. Now he can't quite, I don't think it would fly that if he was going to lose, he can make it look like he wins. But he can make it push the numbers a little bit more in his favor and have everybody accept them as being correct. I do think that there was, and it's like 90% or something votes for unification after unification happens. So it's already happened. Some huge percentage of people that vote for it. I don't think the number is grossly wrong, but I think a lot of people don't vote. That are opposed to it. Because some of them are fleeing, of course. Others just aren't voting. And enough other people just realize, hey, well, it's already happened. Might as well vote for it to try to be on the winning side and whatnot. So, yeah. If the Austrians had been given, more clear support from Mussolini and Hungary, they might have been able to resist. But this really should be in negotiations, and I, as Italy, should be consulted. They should have just added some of that in. I think a lot could have been prevented if the Allies took real action during the whole appeasement. The last time they might have over the Sudetenland. I don't think it was reasonable to do it over Austria, just because that would look bad. Their real final time was over militarization of the Rhineland, and you're right about that. I don't understand anything at all, but I want to okay. I use okay. Text to the curve is obtained. Very good. Yes, I do understand that. Yes, use the text translator. I hope that helps. I hope I'm clear enough for the translator. So yeah, so I don't like that we didn't get consulted. We didn't get a ability to object or approve. Okay, so let's continue. Forget where I was before I stopped doing regional development. We're no longer fighting anywhere. Provisional government independent. No, we're not doing that. I guess they're talking about either Fiume or down here. Yes, our volunteers have returned. Okay, cool. Where did they return to? Oh, they're down here in Rome. Okay, well, all of you guys, let's put you on trains and head up to here.
Avanzate!
Now, how are we doing for tanks? Okay, light tanks. So what we're going to do is use some of our... We're going to see about adding a second light tank group here. Right, okay, so we have the manpower, light tanks, okay, good. Now they'll be stronger. Yeah, I think adding more artillery here would be good. Okay. Regional development, very good. We are going for oil in North Africa. We're going to prospect for oil. They did start to do that, but it was more like 39, 40, maybe more 40. They didn't find any before the war breaks out. Oh yeah, no. The German panzers are cool. I mean, yeah, I'm not pro-Nazi, just... Okay, so, yeah, all right. Oh, and let's look at our industry here. Okay, we're building that. We're repairing that, but, well, we're going to get more oil coming with that, so that is good. What, these are being damaged by partisans. Down in down in Ethiopia, we'll add that. Ah, the Tiger, those are cool. Okay, basic medium tank chassis, good. 38, so that's not until 39. We're just starting, so we're not going to push. Let's come over here and let's do signals. Cool tank, that's for sure. So what I'm looking at doing is once we go to war, so we're going to send these guys down here. Let's unassign selected. Ooh. Yes. Move those two divisions down to here. So that we'll have a couple of divisions to face the British to protect our oil. Well, that was the Panther that really sucked. Not that the Tiger was great transmission, but it was the Panther that really, really sucked. Being ringed around by some British forces here. I don't care about this whole area here. So what I do care about is artillery, very good. Let's do anti-tank guns because those will be useful. Well, let's not worry too much about this. We're keeping a lot of these guys sort of in the center here to help with the resistance. We have our spy operatives working around here. Maybe we this is what category? Commando training. I'm trying to look for what would be good at counterintelligence. Oh, anti-partisan. That's what we want to do. Let's do. I know it'll take away 5 factories, but let's 30 days to complete. Okay, let's do anti-partisan. Man, we can add to our well, we don't need much there. We're doing full ship visibility, max speed, heavy attack minus, yeah. But sub, okay, we're gonna do, okay, we're gonna do that. So with these guys doing resistance, they're keeping the resistance down a bit. It's like 50% out there. Okay, prospect for oil. So now if we look here and resources, not terrain, supply, no, resource, there we go. Okay, so now we have 12 oil down here. Are we importing any oil? No, good, but that gives us a lot more oil. So we'll get a lot more, we're going to get these fuel up here, so that will be great. We may do more of this in the near future, but let's look. Strengthen the Ascari core. Okay, okay, we got a bunch of, creates a bunch of divisions down there. Or Polices di Italia, these are, okay, local, okay, your local manpower, resistance target damage, garrisons down, required garrisons down. Well, these are both 70 days. This would be better at holding the region from invasion, so we're probably going to go with that. But we can maybe wait on that. Alfa Romeo production, get some cool cars or trucks or something. Artillery production down, basic small arms we've already got. Railway. Already expand. Okay, that's stockpile fuel. Well, we're getting near to now being able to do that effectively. New Emperor of Ethiopia effect, modify stability plus 1%. State 10% compliance, speed growth plus 10%. Evaluate the lira. I don't think we need to do that. Yeah, let's do this. We're trying to build up Ethiopia. We're going with that strategy. So, trying to bring in the oil here. Good. Okay, what?
signore.
Who are you? Okay, he's in charge. They're generally. I'm just looking at their traits currently. Old. I think many of these guys are mountain. Okay, no, none of these guys are mountain. Oh, we now have him as a general. Okay. These guys are all generals now. Okay, cool. Desert Fox. How interesting. Inflexible strategist. Gosh, what is an inflexible strategist? Defense logistics improvement. Cavalry officer, old guard. Looking for a nice mountain. Do they not have somebody that they call a mountain combined arms expert? Oh, cool. And motorized attack cavalry leader. Good. March leader. There we go, there's Mountaineer. Okay, mountain attack, defense, because we have mountains along here. Oh, wait a minute, no, I've sent him to the wrong place. Okay, we'll have to change this now. Okay,
Pronto, signore. Ordini? Ordini? Comandi? Attento! Pronto, signore! Pronto all'azione!
But I want to...
Pronto all'azione!
I know this is going to mess up things. Okay, I'm going to put this guy back in charge over there, and I'll take him time. And, selected. This is the guy I wanted. There we go. He's going to take time to get there, but that doesn't matter because he's going to hold the mountains facing off with the anti-partisan. Very good. So now that we have that, with 3 different branch upgrades. Fortunately, defense doesn't let us have 2. Well, I guess we could do 2 and 1. I think this will be the moment. Hopefully we are still okay. We're building roads there, so get some more of that. So let's just wait a moment. We'll see. Okay, now that that's gone away. Build some more factories. Depth charge thrower. Well, very nice. Now a module we could add to some ships. Damage control drills. Let's do this. Try to preserve our fleet if it gets in action a little better. Base anti-partisanism good, resistance targets good. So we're reducing resistance around here somewhat. We are increasing compliance considerably here over time. Okay, new emperor of Ethiopia, very good. And he was made that. Emmanuel. Okay, we're not going to do that because I don't need the damn islands. Spectrum impact of steel opinion with Italy gains factory output 10%, military factory construction speed 10%. Move political advisor, yeah, but that's 5% good. So we can't do that anymore. We can't negotiate Italian claims. At peace with rectify Strassa front. Okay, yeah. Italy's destiny. Okay, Italian or Albanian occupation. This could give us oil in Albania too. We're going to go with if we go down this path. Yeah, I think we're gonna play historically here. So 35 days to do that. Hello, Ali Wa Divla? Sorry, I'm probably butchered. You're Russian? Hello, good to have you here. I'm guessing when you say hey Russian, good to have you. Sorry if I'm butchering the name. We Anglo-Saxons have difficulty pronouncing certain names. Okay, now we're also hopefully well, that's almost done. Okay, we're now finally in the positive for infantry equipment. That has sort of been my limitations on trying to train up more divisions. So we're going to now let's add a unit here. Yeah, we can put them up here. No. There we go. Now we're training up some divisions. Okay, now we're still gonna need more infantry equipment, so we're gonna do that. Yes, we have. Okay, let's look at this. What do we need here? Okay, so piercing is 90, liability, so let's go back, small armor. Does anybody have any particular, have been using this stuff? To know if they have a particular, I'm seeing piercing advice on this? Improve small cannon or 25, 50, so that's okay-ish. I think we just go with heavy armaments, basic heavy cannon. That gives 90 piercing, decent hard attack and soft attack, I would say. Because here, yeah, this is This is what we'll do. Oh, we can't save this. Where's one or more modules? Main armament back. Isn't this? Oh, what's? Oh. That's allowed. Why? Oh, medium fixed superstructure in turret slot. Oh, so this would be a to do that we need to do like a tank destroyer. I'm seeing. Okay, like I said, this is the first time I've used this. I don't see that as a. Get back to the designer here. Ah, here, okay. So we could do this. And this. Design your tank under the name, yeah, medium tank. Okay, if you click there, you should see more options. Okay, current design cannot be used in the medium role. Okay. Okay, so if we can't use that, we can use that. Okay, so I guess this is the best we can do with. Yeah, gasoline engine is what we have. Okay, turret, tank. All right, well, that's what we can do. So we now have a Fiat here. Very low profile turret. Okay, currently we're producing a tank in 1/3 a day approximately. Let's add this here. I see Toyjet is playing Stellaris. Okay, and we are building some factories which we would use that to put it in. And yes, this is the first time, if you're not aware by now, of me actually playing the DLC here. So used to doing some of that with the ship designer, but not tank designer until now. Okay, so we're keeping the basic light tank in production. We have a bunch of them. We're going to build up a bunch and then hopefully add a medium tank battalion to our forces. You need to make tank destroyers. You need to click on medium tank tab and select destroyers. Same for artillery. Okay, good to know. We may do some of that.
Si, signore.
Right now we've got 2 light tank battalions, motorized infantry, cavalry, and some support artillery in these units. So not so great, but not so terrible. If we can add a medium tank battalion, I think it would be nice. Okay. excavation research. Okay, so we're in June 38. Are going to wait till 39 to go with some of these. Yeah, let's just do radio detection. Hello, Suitor. How you doing? If we were to do this, it's 60. Oh, I'm doing very good. Having fun playing and ranting about HOI IV, you know, the usual. Yeah, we have, yeah, plenty of, let's grab that. Unlock that. Okay, defense, yeah, 110. Yeah, I guess so. I think we might train up our army here. Well, what is the current status of these forces? Okay, well, those are veterans from their training level 2. Okay, we have one. What we're going to do here is actually I'm going to select all of these and temporarily unassign them. But the rest of the day, or rest of the thing, I'm going to tell them to train. Exercise. Oh, and we're not going to do that just yet. I think we're going to see about yeah, let's 38 is a good time to pick up. Albania. King Zog. His days of ruling are coming to an end. King Zog is just sort of cool. Okay, filling up our oil reserves, we'll probably need to build some more fuel silos, but now let's throw on another military factory. We'll give him back his veteran units once we didn't need them to exercise and use up equipment. Really don't know how exercising uses up equipment, but then again, I don't know. They use up supplies, but not equipment. If I go too much faster, things pop up a little faster. So we're just cruising along here. Okay, Albanian occupation. Albania yields, glorious days indeed. Okay, now since we might as well do this for irredentism, so yes, gain claims around, but right now we're going to gain a synthetic refinery and a oil here. King Zog submits to Italy. And let's see, do we, okay, we have a few factories from there, very good. Okay, well, yeah, I think get those improving. Hello, Rick, how you doing? Well, mostly I've been playing, well, I'll be playing it again, I think, on Slytherin soon. I'll be posting the videos. I think I'm playing maybe Tuesday. On live on Slytherin, but I'll be posting more. I'm going to continue to post some more Order of Battle. So maybe I'll get one of the videos posted. Yes, still going, Exurgent. Post another Order of Battle that I have on continuing the D-Day on Monday. I'll try to remember to do that. What else is on the radar tonight? You mean in the game? I don't. Well, we're in 1939. We've got Albania. Don't know if we're going to get very far beyond that, but well, you know, let's end this episode here. I think it's gone on probably too long already. So, thank you for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe. Okay, we're gonna make another episode here. No, I do not believe that we will get any more DLCs for Order of Battle. My understanding is the Allies victorious is the end. I meant for YouTube. Well, we're going to continue. Meant for YouTube. Well, we're going to continue here with this playthrough. I don't know if they're going to. What are they going to do after it? I don't know. I have not heard anything. I don't know if they're going to do Order of Battle 2 and, you know, make a more modern version of it. I think the game was originally released, what, 2015 or something? So it's an oldish game now, and I think they've at least from what I heard before, there was no plans of any DLCs after this one. Could we see another Order of Battle come to PS4 or type game? I don't know. So you're a console player. Yeah, I don't play it with the console. I just play it with, you know, on the PC. They were very, very pleased with the sales of Order of Battle on consoles. It is one of the first console-based war games that I know of, at least. So they're very pleased. I think if they haven't already, I'm sure they're planning on getting all the DLCs that have been published on consoles. If they haven't already, I think they may. I just don't pay close enough attention to know. Maybe Panzer Corps 2? Maybe? I don't know if they're planning on it. Like I say, they were very pleased at how well it did. So, that may become a goal. You know, I work with Slytherin, but they don't always, you know, tell me everything that's going on. Defensive doctrine organizer. Okay, I think he'll do good holding up there. So, okay, yeah, I've no sudden strike. I don't know Rus. I'm guessing that's an anachronism for something. So, yeah, not whatever. But they're being trained up to regular. Hey, thanks for following. Yeah. Okay, Fourth International. Oh, we need to start the episode. I'm running the clock already. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're now September 1938, and playing as Italy with the By Blood Alone DLC for Hearts of Iron 4. We're taking a look at it and hearing me rant about things I don't like they allowed Germany to take Austria without Italian permission for some reason. I don't know. Okay, Ethiopia still resists. Okay, Abyssinia is still nowhere near being pacified. The resistance to Italian occupation remains stiff. The Duce has no kind words for either the Abyssinian people or the efforts to quell the opposition, and calls operations a national embarrassment. He complains that the Italian colonists have a rough appearance and crude manner, which is not installing any respect in the local population. Okay, other political power and 7 others. Compliance, negative. Okay, well, our compliance is down. Very good, very good. That's some of the good things with Order of Battle is the Pacific and U.S. Marine stuff, where a lot of the other games are focused only on Europe. Okay, Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon, and the Munich Agreement is happening. Okay. So we are going here. Yeah, wait for sales. I'm not. I fully endorse that. That policy of waiting for sales. Fully endorse it indeed. Okay, intensify torpedo manufacturing. These Nate bases. 70 days. Somalia. Stockpile fuel, which we could do now. Okay, we're getting close to here, so less than 90 days, and we'll get 3 fuel silos. Consumption Navy down. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm not going to say we're going to have plenty of fuel, but we're going to have a lot more with this fuel down here than they did historically. Not a fan of naval missions. Well, okay. I mean, everybody should play what they like. All right. We want to try to do okay. battle plan, so we don't want to get something that does other like mobile warfare doctrine costs down. Okay, lose him as a commander? No, he's still there. Okay, the finished DLC has a bug in one of the missions where you need like 2,000 damage, which artillery is impossible. Well, if you haven't already, post it over on the Order Battle forums. It might just be for the consoles, so maybe they haven't gotten the feedback on it. I just don't know. But I think they will pay attention and try to fix things. Slytherin is generally pretty good about that, I would say. Okay, we're getting just September, so not quite yet. Getting there, but not better airframes. Yeah, let's. And again, if anybody is new around here, please subscribe or follow. And of course, even for the live stream, if you'd hit the like button, it helps with the YouTube algorithm. I gotta learn to speak more clearly. I know. Well. Yeah, I don't know the likelihood of that, the processing power and all that's needed for it. Okay, I think we're going to cancel your training and put all of these there. There we go. We just have one that's not so great. The rest are pretty good. Reasonably well trained. I don't know with controllers how easy it would be to move around the menus. I don't play any console games. Not that I don't like the idea, just always been a PC player. Had before that I had a Apple II, so just got used to playing on computers. Okay. We're going to get rid of cavalry units, but I'd like to do that for the moment. Now, I know you can use a mouse and keyboard with some consoles, some. Let's look over at logistics. Okay, well. We've now fully filled out our fighters and our close air support air squadrons. Let's get some tactical bombers in production. Take a look. This is a variant. Okay, bomb, yeah. Yeah. That'll get us more fuel stockpiled up. To the best of my knowledge, there is no current planned HOI V. The reason I say that is, well, one, I just don't know of any, but Podcat left. Okay, Paradox, I forget, the president of Paradox resigned. I don't know all the reasons behind it. He was still a very, I don't know if it's majority or just large holdings in the company. He maintained all of that. He left the company. A woman took over Paradox. I forget her name. And Paradox very quickly after that started to blossom out into producing a lot of different games. Well, I don't know that it went so well. And definitely Imperator Rome, as they've totally acknowledged because they've stopped all production on it, is a failure. I don't know if what Empire of Sin, whether that's considered a failure or a success. And they were moving into other games that I'm sure all sounded good, but they weren't the core games of Paradox. Well, at some time around that time, we'll call him Podcat, the guy who was Johan was the lead developer, the lead of developing HOI IV. He after its release, and I think the main guy actually started running it was Podcat. I don't know what the internal office politics were, but he was definitely involved in it. Podcat takes over continuing development of HOI IV after its release. Johan moves over to setting up and running the development of Imperator Rome, and like I said, it was a failure. In my opinion, they just got lazy. The company, Johan, whatever, and that failed. And then, like I say, they moved into a lot of other games. Podcat announces his leaving the HOI IV team to head up another development team within Paradox. He specifically says not HOI V. So he didn't want to start the rumor. I mean, he won't say what it is because it's a secret project. But he didn't want to start the rumor that it was going to be HOI V. He also said it was something different. Something significantly different, supposedly. I don't know what it means beyond that. Was an external, not a development studio. Okay, Suter, I know Suter knows probably more than I do on some of these things, but he may not be in a position to say Exergen what he knows. So, and of course, Suter, correct me if I'm wrong on any of these things that I'm saying. Okay, was an external development. Okay, not a Paradox. Yeah, I don't follow everything closely. And I've had a limited contacts with, particularly like Podcat, and when I was back in the, beta testing for HOI IV, contact with Paradox Development Studios. I've had smaller contact with Paradox Interactive, which is the publisher. Sort of two different entities that live in the same building, as far as I know, but two different companies. So do correct me if I'm getting anything substantially wrong here that you feel you can correct on what I'm saying. And then I blank on names, and sorry, I'm blanking on some names here. Then, because I think of dispersion of effort and things, the previous president of Paradox comes back as, or previous CEO or whatever you want to call him, comes back as being CEO and cancels a bunch of the other projects. I don't know if it was one of the ones that Podcat was working on or not after leaving this. Yeah, you're generally correct. As you say, yeah, don't, I'm not asking you to add stuff you can't say, but if you know I'm getting something wrong that's out in public domain, please do correct me. Because I'm not trying to put out bad information here. I'm and whether the other projects would have been good games or not, I don't know, because I don't know what a lot of them were, obviously, but they probably would not have been core audience of Paradox player space. So, and so a lot of those other projects get canceled. I hope, because other people I've had limited contacts over the years in Paradox people, and they've always been nice to me, even though I complain about things on their games. I'm going to get the Sturm Tiger for sure, Rick. No doubts about that. I don't know if it's going to be hard, but I'm going to get it. It's just cool. Not that it's going to be a good vehicle. It's just going to be a big mean vehicle. So they've reduced it down with their dispersion efforts. Realize there is no major DLC for Germany yet on HOI IV. Hello, Alex. How you doing? And I know I contacted them long ago, and I got the feedback from my Third Reich Events mod to convert it or contribute it or whatever, work with a DLC for Germany, and the reply was not yet. This is when Podcat was still running HOI IV and fairly early in the process. It was after release of the game, and he also, because I did put a version of it that worked with just a in development version that worked with an older version of HOI IV. The current version, if I released it, it wouldn't work with the current version, into the beta forum, just for them to take a look at and whatnot. And so he knows that, back then knows that I was working on it, and I think would make a great core of a DLC for Germany, and whatnot. But I would love to work with Paradox. I'm not going to move to Sweden, but I would love to remote work with Paradox on a German DLC. If Suter wants to mention anything in the future to anybody, I don't know. But you can see my body of work for HOI IV and HOI III to know that there is a certain amount of skill and capability there to do at least what I can do. But without them even doing Germany, I don't think there's any time soon. Now, will there be a HOI V? Probably someday. I don't know whether that's, and they've also, and I think they have learned, especially with HOI IV, is don't announce games until you're truly into beta with them, because of the problems with the delay in releasing HOI IV. And in my opinion, and I think even the devs would agree that worked on it, they released it too early. It just became too much of a public relations problem that it was known and people were demanding it, so they pushed it out the door. Maybe there were other financial reasons or other reasons that they also released it early, and they delayed it considerably from what originally was done. But in my opinion, it wasn't ready to be released when it was released, the state of the game. So they might be working on something in theory, Exergen, but we're talking years down the road, even if they are working on something now. That's mine. Yeah, Suter, I've not talked to, I don't think, unless he was part of the team before, the development team, because I did talk to a few people when I was, part of the beta and whatnot, through the Paradox message forums. But so Podcat was well aware of Third Reich events and whatnot, and just because some of the stuff happened in beta, I'm not going to expose more than just that I posted it there. And it's a German focused thing, and so if they want to work with it, I don't have any serious demands. Obviously we'd have to come, whatever sort of agreements of however it would be done, and I would be very willing to, open to suggestions or negotiations or whatever, meaning that kind of thing, and just work something out, whatever it would be, and I would be quite flexible on that. I would love to make a historically based, or at least the historically based part of a German DLC. I have less interest in like restoring the Kaiser or something like that chain of events. I'm more looking at the history based view of World War II in Germany. But I think I could contribute a lot to a nope, never worked on HOI myself. Yeah, currently yes, but I mean, just if feel free to ping me if you think I could. I'm sure you got friends on the team, but yes, Paradox needs to stop chasing mythical wider audience. Well, I think that was the I'm picturing his face, the CEO of Paradox, but I'm blanking on his name. Wesser, that's right, Wesser. I think I'm getting his last name right. Sorry if I'm not. I think that's part of what they're doing. What I think, and I know IKB and Exergen especially does not like HOI IV for its fantasy elements. And I describe HOI IV as an attempt at having EU 20th century. And that is not so much chasing the wider audience, it's chasing the Crusader Kings, EU, and Vicky audience. Fred, right, Wester. Okay, Wester, sorry, Suitor. I blank on names for some reason and I'm trying to call them up. So thanks. So and I don't know how ready or willing Paradox is wanting to work with people that are so remote. But the new DLC is good. I love the actual German focus. The new DLC is okay. On the whole, it's good. I would say. That's how I would do it. NATO symbols. I like playing with those. I'm glad they added them in as an option. But I'm used to those. I know other people prefer the other things. I know they have an art budget for games within, get the artist over here. Why couldn't they give us a NATO version of these things, people? They're lazy. Because I get this, the Fez, okay, for the colonial troops. All you had to do was come in here for the NATO version, look at the template, figure out, is this a mountain division or an infantry division? Well, this looks sort of infantry division-esque. Come over here, grab the NATO symbol, put the Fez in the center of this division. Okay, for your cavalry. Trupos Spahis, or however you pronounce this, sorry. It's cavalry. Just give us a cavalry thing, for this. And your black shirt, because these are black shirt groups. See here, look, militia. Just have done, okay, but if you want to do the beret, don't know how the beret is all that important, but whatever. But, just do that. I don't know why they're being so lazy and not doing that. That's just laziness. It doesn't take an artist much time to grab what they've already done, maybe get rid of the green, I don't know, or whatever, and just do that. You're going to buy a lot of premiums during this. Yeah, I'm going to look at, see if there's anything I too, Rick, need as premiums during the sale. Rick, are you a member of the Discord forum? We play a lot of War Thunder over there. If I don't know if this is a Rick from the past or some other Rick. I'm sorry, last name. Yeah. Recently bought a A-20 bomber pack for 10 euros. Okay, no, you're not that other Rick then if you're buying in euros. He was an American. 20 gold. Yeah. Lazy paradox mechanic. Yeah, and it's just, it doesn't take a lot to sort of, come up with some hybrids, and over here, come up with these irregular type guys. What are they supposedly holding? Is that supposed to be holding a helmet or something? I don't know. But no, just a player. Okay. Well, hey, you can check out, hey, Arno, would you want to drop in another link on YouTube and maybe even on Twitch if you're still around to our Discord server, just in case if Rick ever wants to join us and play. We will be playing Sunday, and we're happy to have new people play with us. Fantasy alt history stuff wouldn't be so bad if it was kept plausible. There are mods that did that if the whites won the Russian Civil War. Yeah. I think there is a game, and it could be based off of the HOI IV game, that could start in, could have several start dates, but could start like in 1910, 1914, or something like that, and call it EU 20th century and lead up to the Cold War, or maybe into the Cold War. That could be a cool game, and in that game, whether you win or lose, you sort of kind of have, that's why you sort of do 1910, is you sort of have the alliances that are set. And of course, with that game, you could import your Vicky 2 or Vicky 3 game now, import that game into it as a starting base, or start out at the world situation, 1910, 1914. So you already sort of have the alliances set, and you sort of get ready for World War I, and you have a version of World War I, and you see who wins, who loses, and you go on from there. And then, yeah, you could have the communist winning or whatever, and I'd be fine with that. I would be good with playing that. I'm part of the original audience of HOI III in that I want a World War II game with plausible, what if the Republicans win in the Spanish Civil War? Maybe with more actual Soviet divisions showing up and whatever, and they win the war. Well, when France loses, you say, historically, France loses, and Germany is getting ready to invade, the Soviet Union. They know they have a Soviet puppet state sitting over here, so Germany's going to face a two-front war with the possibility of Britain or somebody maybe sending in, an expeditionary corps. So they've got to manage that. I am good with that kind of what if. I just don't see a realistic, starting in 1936, a realistic communist or Kaiser takeover. So I'm not as interested in that. I'm not against Paradox making what if scenarios. Not at all. Even within this, I just wanted them to nail down World War II first, then start to add other stuff. But it's their player base. You can blame the success of their other games, and they're great games. I'm not knocking, Vicky or EU. Hell, I played the hell out of EU when it was just EU way back in the day. Hadn't even really heard of Paradox because I bought the thing in a box in a computer store, and it was like great. And then eventually EU2 came out and played the hell out of that way back in the day. I hadn't even really heard of Paradox. Didn't pay attention to the company production names at that time. So that was just playing stuff because it was great. So it's not that I'm against EU or Crusader Kings or whatever. Not at all. And I'm not at all against a modern start. Either import your previous generation game, or start with a historical settings, because you actually most play HOI IV for World War II stuff. But yes, the focus trees and the alt history are very popular with a lot. Yes, and it's the community base that, again, it's not a slam that Paradox has developed that community base. It's just the fact that they've developed that community base, and it gets popular. How many people want to restore the Byzantine Empire or something? It's a lot of people. I get that. I don't play it a lot, but I like Kaiserreich in that it is set up what I call the weird and wacky world of Kaiserreich, but they've sort of created this world of, Germany winning, World War One, and then creating a lot of sort of what ifs based off that. Well, okay, that's cool. Should Kaiserreich become a pretty much with historical focus. Okay, good to hear, Suitor. Yeah, I figured. With some of our previous conversations, I know you like the history stuff. Maybe I should be paying more attention to here. Train irregulars. Okay. That looks good. Disband the irregulars. No. Yeah, let's do that. I should probably be paying more attention to this stuff over here. Send ultimatum, establish Regio. What is this? Albania becomes. Okay. Regio. Okay, I don't think I want to do this. Oh, add influence. Oh, wait, become owner and controller. Or the Hungarian claimant to manage Italian occupation in yes. Discredit Haile Selassie. Yes, like I say, I should be. Increases. Okay, we should be playing some of this a little better than I have been. Not going to go crazy, but let's see. We could create a collaboration as government and independent state of that. We'll see. And I truly, trust me, I wish only the best for Paradox, because they've given me great games. I don't, just because time and other things, I don't maybe play them as much as I could, EU or whatever. But I love them, and they're great, and I want them to continue. And I love working with Slytherin Matrix. They just, I don't think, have the I don't know whether you want to come to budget or to talent or whatever to build an a HOI IV level game. I wish they did. I know they have people there that would want to make it more my vision than what this is, but Alvaro, who makes War Plan, has done a great job, but he's basically a one-man show. Yeah, he gets people to do certain assets, but he's making and programming the AI for the game himself. And, he's working right now on global Warplan. I don't know exactly what it's going to be called. You have Warplan and you have Warplan Pacific. And Herbert and Bill, who has made Strategic Command, various Strategic Command games, and their latest is Strategic Command American Civil War. I mean, they're a little bit more than a two-man show, but they're sort of at the core of the two of them. And for what that game is in the turn-based game, it's a great game. It's just not as detailed as we're getting in with a Hearts of Iron game. Okay, well, I think yeah, let's produce another civilian factory. I'd like some more of those. And one more. I think they have the budget, the lack of will and organization. They have a bunch of super talented people, but it's hard to really scale up. That's yes, Warplan Pacific, yeah, and that's part of it is because you know, because when Matrix and Slytherin are basically nowadays really just two brandings of the same company. Though technically, sort of, some of the main Matrix people live over, I think, in Virginia area here, and they're the ones that are producing War in the East 2, and are going to be producing, though it's been delayed by various things, Steel Tigers, which is a follow-on to Steel Panthers game, great old game. Going to keep my understanding for that game is they're keeping the tradition alive of the game, but updating it to a more modern computer situation, and but they're sort of production wise focused in the settings in England here. But Alvaro lives in Florida, I know, and I think Bill and Herbert, I think, are also American. But and then they have teams all over Europe, and so they're not as centralized, and some of the people are with their whole setup, it's decentralized situation. So although they do fund and contribute to the development of games directly, like War in the East 2, they are also very much a publisher of other games, or for other studios. And I do know sometimes that hasn't worked out, and so they've come to a certain level of disagreement with developers of some games, and they've parted companies before or after. So like future versions haven't continued to be a joint project with them. And I don't know the contract and situations why those have happened, other than what they basically said at different times is we disagreed on like the direction of the game or something like that, and that's all that they've state, and they end their association. Okay, we're doing 1.5 train, or a little more than that, obviously, a month, and I don't know if that will be enough, but I guess we're going to leave that for now. We'll do a little more of that. Get that up and going. There, okay. Most of the devs worked with Alvaro on Target Sims. Herbert, yes, we're across the Atlantic. Absolutely, yes, Suter. Yeah, and so yeah, it would have to be getting that talent better organized up. And I know they put a lot of Command Modern Operations put a lot of emphasis on that, and they're getting, I know, the budget for doing that is because they're selling the professional versions for, I think, considerable money to governments, particularly the U.S. and British government. Yeah, okay, so we have this here now. 70 days, light tank production cost down 5%. Okay, nice. Well, we're getting toward closer to the war. Maybe in railway that would be nice. 70 days, 35 days only. Okay, Tripoli infrastructure added. Let's just take a look over here if there's something I think I should be doing. I know we can do that, but gotta scroll back in anyways. Okay, the Italy first versus, I think we're gonna go down historical, but we're sort of, I don't know, waiting a bit, waiting to sometime maybe just the mid 39. Yeah. Anything, we're gonna go try to get that. Okay, that's good there. Yeah, let's do another 35 days. That's pretty quick to get that done. No, it's just one more Dable dockyard, but cool. Let's do that. Happy Rommel, yeah, we're gonna do it. Okay, failed military expansion. Oh, how did we fail? I don't like these missions. The whole design concept was we were the leader. Not we were being told by the leader what to do. And firefighting drills, we have some better artillery capabilities. We're January 39, so let's start here. I'm sure I know, obviously from what he's saying, IKB, who's big into railways, he works on them. I'm sure it would have been a benefit for the Italians, but would a railway, a combination of technical and, okay, the world will see, activates mission industrial research. Okay, well maybe we'll keep that going enough to industrial research days has advanced machine tools completed. Okay, so we are, let's pay attention to this because this is a direction that I actually want to go into. So we can do advanced machine tools as soon as one of these other ones get done, which is in 19 days. So we'll do that. But yes, having a railway would be useful. But how useful? Because you're not going to have it obviously here, because unless the British build it for you, and then of course you get to use theirs. You have the vulnerability of the tracks to the LRDG, you know, the motorized version of Lawrence of Arabia, if you will. I know you guys all know of the LRDG or the SAS type units, and they could easily be either blowing up the railways or putting explosives under the railways to blow up when the train goes over. that would wreck a lot of stuff, and that would be a serious problem. You would also have, I think we want to do railway innovations back in Italy for 70 days here. You would have airstrikes, not so much against the railroads, because although you can do that, and they did do that, it's not that easy to blow up railroads that are on. There's a photograph, I don't have it handy, but I've seen it. There's a photograph of a moonscape somewhere, I think it's in France, of a moonscape of craters all around, and there's this railway running right through it. And it was the Allies' attempt at blowing up this railway. And I think it was maybe the railway, I forget what it was exactly, leading to one of the V2 rocket launching platforms, and because they were bringing them in on V2s or something. I forget what it exactly was. But they weren't able, I'm sure they cut the railway at moments, but the Germans were able to quickly enough repair the railways to keep them functional, meaning they'd blow it up, but within hours they'd have it back and going. And there's so much tons of bombs, you can just see it's this huge craterscape. Just crater on top of crater on top of crater kind of thing, and it just created this area around trying to destroy this. And it just really wasn't working to effectively stop the Germans from doing this. And so I take that picture in mind and go, oh, try to do that down here in North Africa? Yeah, you can drop it, but all you got to do is quickly have replacement railways and whatnot and keep it going. But what you can do is readily spot and destroy the trains themselves with aircraft. And of course there's at least one incident of British submarines artillerying a train. They sunk a train running along the Italian coast, and they were doing commando missions at times, and sometimes just the actual submarine crew themselves, and not like specialized commandos. But so you'd easily have specialized, because you got to run it near the coast. Submarines doing commando raids against it there. And so I just have to wonder how, I'm sure it would help some. Where it may help more is in early development and setting up the infrastructure that would allow larger formations to struggle here. And you just have, I'm not saying it wouldn't be worth it, but I don't think it's like entirely happy Rommel or happy Italians that it's a war-winning thing. Hello, Pepe123. Well, there's tank designers, new Italian focus trees. So a lot new going on here. Okay, we have one new. Since we only have one new one, we're just going to put him building more convoys, because I just want to have enough convoys to deal with sinkings and keeping it going. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do the. No, we got camel corps now. Cool. See, now here they did it right. Okay, see here we have a cavalry unit with a hump in it, creating. I'm guessing there are, because I don't know that would be a no NATO symbol for camels or desert corps, but that is a nice creative way. I'm guessing that's what they mean by it. Nice creative way of giving us a new NATO calendar. So here they did good. Here they did good at doing this. I'm very willing to give praise where praise is due. Control of Central Med. Yeah, exactly, Suter. It's if you can control this, if you can put enough air power coming out of places like Crete, like Sardinia and Sicily, and taking out Malta, Because Malta, yes, you can run, and they did run submarines straight out of Alexandria, but they also did a lot out of Valletta, coming out of Malta here, to the point of, I don't know if you realize this, the submarines would come in, the British submarines would come in and do repairs, do maintenance work during the night with minimal lights on, and during the day what they would do is, because the Valletta harbor is very large, they would just before dawn they would unhook the submarine from the port and move it out into the harbor, and it would just then go down and with just a minimum crew on it, just a caretaker crew, and go sit on the bottom of the harbor during the day. One, so that the Italians, because mostly Italians, but also German air units, wouldn't be able to reconnaissance and see that there was submarines even there, so that they're even operating out of there. And two, they wouldn't be targetable by aircraft. And so they would sit on the bottom of Valletta Harbor until night, and then come up and continue to do rearming, refueling, whatever, giving the crews breaks, and then go back out. And so they would bring in torpedoes by submarine to then give out to other submarines and then go back. So there was sort of a bit of and bring in some critical supplies, not enough to keep the island alive like the big convoys, but I don't know, penicillin or something that was small and critical that you could stick on some submarines and get them into to Malta during the siege. But having that there was a thorn in the side considerably, and had they taken that out, that I would agree Suter would be a much better connectivity between for Rommel, I think. And it was very doable. It was all very doable. I saw a video of a war game of that someone developed, a big tabletop war game, did really well. Sort of a personal creative war game, not a generally commercial available one, that deals with the invasion of Malta by the Axis forces. And it was, and in the video of the one that they played out, the British were able to hold out from an invasion, but. And it was looked at a very realistic what-if invasion, as sort of as planned. Not, though, what could have been done, and this was just basically Brigade Remke, Remke, the paratrooper unit that was German added to it. They could have brought down more parachute divisions. It was just Hitler, after the huge losses of the airborne forces in Malta, basically forbade them from doing more paratroop type operations. Germany could have moved the Luftwaffe that was fighting, in the east here, whether Barbarossa or whatever, moved all of that down to the Mediterranean and not done Barbarossa in 41. And this is sort of Bevan Alexander theory, and I entirely agree with him, that had they focused on the Mediterranean in 41, 41 or 40 through 41, and done that and secured it, Germany support to Italy could readily have done it, had Germany not just sort of left this to be the Italian front early on, but really come in right after the defeat of France. Yeah, you're still sort of preparing and thinking about an invasion of Britain, fine, but still shift a fair amount of air power down, and especially by the time you cancel Sirius doing an invasion of did I say France? Of England, sorry. But come down here and really focus on securing here in the east, see about Malta, and really say screw you to the French and secure up French North Africa from an invasion. You make it really, really, really hard for the Allies to come in, basically to the point that they cannot operate navally in the Mediterranean. Because if you put a significant, big enough German Luftflotte down here, I don't think you can move in American fleets. along with a significant Italian air element there. And if you've taken out, the northern Red Sea, shall we say, all of that, you're going to have the Americans fighting their way up into here, because this is just becomes, maybe history would prove me wrong, but I really don't think the Americans are going to sail right in up here and do a landing, up the south of the Suez Canal here. I think they're going to have to fight their way up, and I think it will be a very hard, and the ability for Germany to concentrate a couple of corps, which becomes an army here and here, and can really hold that off. And then at that point, an invasion of the Soviet Union and overrunning. So Soviets would surely have ambushed Germany at some point. Well, see, I don't think this takes the bulk of the German army because of supply problems, because of supply conditions. This takes the bulk of the Luftwaffe, yes, but that's very flexible. That can move back north to, deal with it. So you keep the bulk of the German army sitting here. They've already, in 41, just before Barbarossa, there's a massive earthquake right in here. And at least one German division is significantly, and it's even publicized in a newspaper article that I used for my Third Reich events mod, that, and it's California-based newspaper article at the time, talking about the German army helping with earthquake relief, because it is a massive, it's somewhere in here, massive earthquake happens, and there's German army division stationed there already, and so, but it's known that the German army is helping with earthquake relief in America, out in California in a newspaper. So this is well known that the German army is sitting here, and it's mainly sitting here, of course, because that Russia has taken these areas, these areas here, because they want to protect Ploetz. So they've moved in here, and that's what these Stalin, shall we say, understands this as a defensive measure. And so, whether obviously it becomes an offensive measure eventually, to Stalin's shock and surprise and near mental breakdown. He does sort of have a few days, a week or so, or whatever. Don't talk to me, I'm hiding in the closet kind of thing, literally, hiding in a room somewhere. UK could have held Crete if you move about 1 or 2 platoons of troops. It was a close thing. Yes, they could have. They could have held Crete, I'm sure. There was I don't know if it's a division or brigade, but there's that scale of troops of Greeks sitting down here that literally have no ammunition, because Greek is a hodgepodge of ammunition, of ammunition types. And whether they were sent down, I presume they were probably evacuated here, but they literally did not have any bullets for their rifles, and Britain had no bullets for, whatever it was. I don't know what caliber of rifles they were right offhand, but it was either a brigade or a division. It was a large formation that the Greek soldiers, they got rifles, they got some machine guns. There's the Germans. Oh shit, we have bayonets, because they literally did not have even, 5 rounds to shoot a piece. And so they were, helpless at being engaged. Had those had ammunition, that would have put another brigade in it. And yes, I know you're talking about 1 to 2 platoons of troops on particular airfields. I don't know if that quite would have been enough, but maybe, IKB, maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong. I spoke to some Russians who claimed Stalin wasn't in a panic those first days, but he was poisoned by spies. Stalin was a paranoid person, but he was both paranoid and there were people out to get him. I'm not buying it. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm just not buying it as a likely scenario. There are no sources to, Suitor. I would say that is Soviet, shall we say, Soviet revisionism to try to explain his absence, as opposed to him having a mental breakdown. Because I think he has a mental break. Because basically, I don't even know if he eats. I honestly don't know if he eats during that time period, or whether he literally, to my understanding, is not talking to anybody. Maybe they're opening the door and putting in food in for him to eat, but I don't even know if he's doing that. So I think if it was that, once he was well and showing himself in public, I think that would have made a good propaganda thing at the time, but they don't do it, so I don't think spies are getting that close. I really don't believe all of these, all the show trials make it out that there's a bunch of Trotskyites in the Soviet Union wanting to overthrow Stalin and Stalinism. I don't believe that exists. I'm not saying that there aren't Trotskyites somewhere in the Soviet Union. I'm sure there were, but I don't believe it's to the level that the show trials make it out. I think Stalin is a paranoid person and is using purges and other things, and I don't see this agent, theoretically, as being some sort of foreign poisoner. I just don't see that. And I don't see what a poisoner who's because obviously, I mean, just the luck of, I'm just examining the basic thought process here, the luck of happening to poison him, just just a happenstance to put it at the same time of the invasion is just too good to be true. That some internal Soviet anti-Stalinist person is deciding to do it right when the Germans invade, I think he'd want to take him out earlier on or before. So no, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. So yeah, Stalin knows that there's a big German army sitting on his border. He knows that. He knows there are German divisions sitting in Romania. Divisions. He knows this. He doesn't believe they're going to be attacked in 1941. He does not believe Hitler is his best buddy. He knows Hitler is an enemy. He knows Hitler will attack at some point when Hitler is ready to. I think Stalin knows this and would attack as soon as he thinks the German army is committed enough somewhere that the attack would be successful. With the appalling conditions of the Winter War and the attempt at rebuilding the army, and they were only partway through it in 41, I don't think Stalin was ready and going to attack in 41 unless he truly believes that the overwhelming bulk of the German army is committed in a desperate fight somewhere else. At least that's my current assessment from all the books and all the reading, all the documentaries that I've ever had. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't think... It's like, okay, sure thing, IKB, I will check it out sometime this weekend. And I'm not saying it wouldn't have made a difference. I just don't know if that would have... a vigorous British counterattack at a few points would have changed certain battles. I don't know if that would be enough to change the outcome of Crete. Now, okay, but so if you keep the bulk of the German army here, but that's, let's say, 60-70%, that still leaves 30-40% of, or at least the German army that was already sitting here, not the army that was sitting over, already in occupation duty. I'm talking about the units that were getting ready for Barbarossa. If you were to take 30% of the divisions that were getting ready for Barbarossa, and they can be a bit heavier on particularly some motorized divisions, but you don't want all motorized because you're doing a lot of naval type invasions. You know, this is if we were looking at, you know, December 40, the December, beginning of 1941. So December 1940. It's winter up here, but hey, it's good conditions down here. Maybe the sea, there might be some storm that's on a particular time that's rough for invasion, but you could be, putting the screws to Greece, saying, look, you're either joining us or we're invading you guys, and here's our divisions getting ready to go. We'll happily, because Germany would have been happy to have Greece in the Axis, and Greece was trying to get into the Axis. That's my understanding. It was Mussolini wanting Greek territory that was saying no to Greece in the Axis. That's Axis. That's my understanding of the situation. But whatever it is, push into here and then, take out Cyprus, do landings along here. You don't need motorized forces to secure ports. And coming up with some of the naval assets and the amphibious assets, trying to capture and get a hold of shipping to do it, civilian shipping to do it. You can turn a civilian ship into an anti-aircraft ship pretty easy. Not that they've become good surface warfare ships, but, to protect stuff here. You could, and with the Luftwaffe moving around here, airborne forces, I think you can move it with enough forces in 41 that Stalin isn't going to invade. Now, maybe 42, after Stalin has reorganized his forces fully from the disaster of, the Winter War, and he might be getting ready and think, oh, this is a great time if there's enough German forces down here to do so, but he won't in 41. I do think the Soviets were getting ready for a war with Germany. I just think they were playing for time. Doing that. That's my thing. Stalin knows many things. How he interprets things that he knows. Yeah, obviously that's a real question, because there were spies telling him that the Germans were planning on invading. He just dismisses them. But there were probably also spies telling him that they weren't planning on invading. I think probably both are probably true, and he's just picking the ones he wants to have. And so, how do I put this? Again, I have to always state, warfare is a political act. Politics is perception. So that if Germany, in its invasion, can create the perception that when they finally do invade, that they're unstoppable, I can see a Soviet collapse happening. Especially if you are maybe even threatening potentially coming up through Iraq and the south here. And in 42, in the beginning of, as soon as they think the weather is dry enough for a good invasion, Germany launching into 42 would be a good thing. Now, here's the big thing. What happens if Germany secures the Mediterranean early enough in 41? And by secure, I may or may not be getting Gibraltar, but definitely, getting here and coming down in through the Mediterranean here, and maybe looking at getting here. Maybe you can talk the Japanese out of attacking the Western Allies. That does one of two things. One, it might keep America out of the war. Or two, if America is going to come into the war, it's going to be seen as a foreign invasion, okay? Or a foreign war. It's not going to be because America is attacked. It's going to be because America is intervening in somebody else's war. So there is not going to be this level of unconditional support for the war. And so that might be a situation that you could keep America out of the war long enough to defeat the Soviet Union, and maybe America cannot come into the war in a successful way to defeat Germany at that point. So maybe at that point you have a, not that America couldn't defeat Germany, but because it would be seen as an aggressive action and an invasion of Europe, certainly. Yeah, with British and other supports, yes, but an invasion, and not because Japan attacks you and then Germany declares war. Well, hey, Germany declared war on us, we didn't declare war on them. They declared war on us, so yeah, we're declaring war back on you and fight you anyways. Also, if you take French Syria and the Holy Land, you could have a strong armed Turkey letting supplies move overland. Oh, absolutely. Now, the rail system here, this is sort of incorrect because this railway does not go like this, like it shows here. This railway goes through Syria and then back into Turkey because it was built before there was the definition of it. Because I know this because I think it's sometime after 1936, but I think it's 1939, I have a copy of or elements, digitized stuff from a railway magazine that somebody did of their trip, their railway trip in this part of the world. And so they start in Turkey but go into Syria, then back to Turkey, but then have to go overland, not to rails, but overland into Mosul, and then down through through Baghdad to the coast here. But still, it's not so much because I don't know if this exists at this time, because it doesn't look like it connects anywhere but between these two places. Oh, interesting. I don't see any railways over here. But if you have Turkey, like you say, strong-armed Turkey, in combination with rewards, you have the very much abilities to put forces down in here, kind of thing, and you can knock it out. So I can do plausible what ifs Germany was winning here. I think everybody who's listening can agree that this might work. And to, yes, if you get nuclear weapons, that's a game changer. But Germany may have nuclear weapons too, and how does that change the world eventually? But without nuclear weapons, all it takes is Germany to be able to strategically move a large enough force to deal with an invasion. So there might be trouble holding, say, defeating an invasion here because of lack of good railway support to be able to move large enough forces, maybe, or problems dealing with, say, an American invasion up at Narvik, the ability, again, Germany. I think America, partially because of poking by Stalin, but I think America is too concerned on the direct approach as opposed to the indirect approach. Yes, why not just land here in Hamburg and drive straight towards Berlin? Yeah, that's the most direct approach, obviously. Now, that wasn't going to work, and we all know that, especially not in June 1944. But the U.S. is pushing here. Why didn't they plan and do a 1943 Narvik invasion? What's that going to do, at some stage down here you respect Sweden's neutrality. Finland is not at war. I don't know if they're at war with Britain. They're definitely not at war with the America. And you take out Narvik, and then you leapfrog and take out the Germans north of Narvik. Why don't they do this in 43? Maybe it's landing craft. You know, they can only get enough landing craft to come down in Sicily. Maybe. But why not in, okay, you got to do it by fall. Probably the invasion, the initial invasion and securing that needs to happen in fall. But you cut off the steel supplies that are still being, moved down coastally along Norway from Germany. You massively free up the ability to move supplies into Russia this way, because you won't have the Luftwaffe or the Germans coming out, submarines coming out from local naval bases. Sure, submarines can still, come out from, southern Norway up here, but okay, but you cut off all of this stuff here. You could probably get Finland to peace out earlier, especially if America and Britain were to put a little pressure on the Soviet Union. So in 1944, 43, or early 44, you go, hey, Soviet Union will sign a ceasefire with you, and if you go back to, okay, give them this. But it'll do a ceasefire with you. I think Mannerheim would have taken that agreement. And with the Soviets pushing down here and still holding Leningrad, and if the Americans had landed up in Narvik, I don't see the Germans, the German forces here. I mean, I know they fought the Finns briefly in retreating out sort of to Norway and whatnot, and maybe down here a bit. But if America's pushing here, I think that would cause a surrender of these German forces, because there's nowhere to fight their way out to. They're not going to fight their way out through Finland and get evacuated, over the seas. So you could have shut down this whole northern front area by taking out Narvik. I don't know why they don't do this. According to my old railway maps, there's a rail connection from Turkey into what is now Armenia. Okay, very interesting. I wouldn't mind. I may even have, because I have a bunch of them, but I wouldn't mind if you post that. If you have a scanned copy of that stuff. I don't know if you have it scanned or whatnot. I'd love to see some railway there maps from the period. But so I don't understand why they don't do this indirect approach to, because it is an indirect approach to Berlin, but it cuts this area off. It cuts off the front. It frees up all of the Soviet forces that are facing Finland. I mean, I'm sure they keep some, border watch troops or whatnot here, but it would free up all the rest and all the rest of the efforts. They wouldn't have to worry about, any shipping problems up here, railway connections, whatnot. And Germany really couldn't do anything. I think the best bet Germany could do at some point is negotiate with the Finns to try to allow them to evacuate their troops, peacefully from Finland, and Finland might agree to that, just as, a thing. But I think Mannerheim would have gone for that. And you would have, done this. I think that would have done this. There are lots of rail lines in French North Africa with plans to extend lines south to the river Niger and Dakar. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, there are some here on this map here. There are a bunch. Coastally, you could probably build a rail line down to Dakar, which is right here. I do not think. I still wonder if today, if we really have the technology to build railway successfully across this terrain and keep the sand off enough. I just don't know the answer to it. Great, thanks, IKB. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I will take a look. I don't know if they, it's like that dream of bottling up the Mediterranean and draining it to create more land. Still have a Mediterranean, but like turn the Adriatic into a, mostly land, and some of these other areas along here that, increase the land mass, increase some of the land mass off the coasts here. Some of this is super deep, but even the rest, unrealistic proposals. That's probably a little more realistic coming across here, but how do you stop sand dunes? Because you just build the wall higher and higher and higher. You're just building mountains of sand, and I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's. And I really don't know if there's a path that you could find. There may be a path through here that just is not sand dune enough for a long enough time. I don't know. I just don't know if you really could do that in a practical sense. But yeah, so yes, even Germany probably can't defend up here, but in sort of central area Germany, it can get really, really hard to invade if that German army is not tied down fighting on the Eastern Front. If it has the ability to have a significant part of it be able to strategically redeploy in this central area, that I think would be a very difficult way to deal with it here. Well, guys, I've been loving chatting with everybody here. Suter, IKB, and let's see who else here. Pepe, you're scrolling back up. Rick, if you're still around, great chatting with you guys. Alex and everybody else here. But I think we're going to end this for today. Oh, Exurgent, if you're still around, I don't know. We're going to end this for today. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. Tomorrow, we will be doing, I will be starting, at the same time I started this stream, tomorrow we'll be starting some War Thunder. There are drops, if you're watching on, you can even get it now, but there are drops on Twitch for War Thunder, if you want to get that either today or tomorrow. Nothing terribly great, but if you want to check that out, we'll be doing some War Thunder, and then we will, at an hour and 15 minutes ago from now, we'll be starting a watch party over on Discord for the original Frankenstein movie and the original Dracula movie. So if you guys want to hang out for sort of pre-Halloween, Halloween type stuff, the original movies, do that and everything. So thank you all.